for the record.
Could you start over, please? Could you start over? Start over. Make your statement again. Thank you.
Okay.
The meeting wasn't recorded yet.
Thank you. Prior to roll call, we have a request from student trustee Callahan to participate remotely under AB 2449. Student trustee Callahan, please provide your statement for the record.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Under this loud background noise. Can I be heard? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, sorry. I've been advised by the General Counsel that pursuant to the legislation AB 2449, and sorry about the background noise. I'm going to participate remotely in today's meeting because I'm attending the African American Male Education Summit on behalf of the district. Since this is official business on behalf of the district, it qualifies as just cause under AB 2449.
Thank you so much, trustee Callahan. Pursuant to Government Code 54953-21, I'll entertain a motion to allow trustee Callahan under the just cause of exemption.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Henderson, second. I'll second. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Present.
Trustee Bowman.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Here.
Absent. Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. Okay, can we have roll call for the actual board meeting now?
Trustee Buelna, absent. Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Here.
Trustee Hoffman.
Here.
Trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Student trustee Callahan.
Here.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and see if Dr. Armida Ornelas lead us in the flag salute. I know you haven't forgotten it.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, President Ornelas. Over here. Okay. In the meantime, we're gonna please allow me to ask Trustee Hoffman to please give us the ability to adjourn over someone very dear to her and the LACCD community. Trustee Hoffman.
Thank you, President Bella. So I would like to request that we adjourn today's meeting in the memory of John H. Morris, who recently passed away. You might be asking, who is John H. Morris? So I'm going to just give you a little bit of background, and if you can just bear with me for a few minutes. In the 70s, when I was a young child, I was 10, my parents separated and my mother got a boyfriend. And my mother's boyfriend's family was just a very inclusive, wonderful bunch of people. And they took in my brother and I when we were 10 and 8 years old and really treated us just like their own nieces and nephews. and had us over for Christmas. We never knew what Christmas was before because I grew up Jewish, and really welcomed my brother and I into this amazing, warm, wonderful family. And John Morris became my uncle. And he grew up in South LA, one of 7 children. His parents were domestic workers. And after he graduated Belmont High School, he went to Los Angeles Trade Technical College and got a degree in architecture. He planned to transfer right away to Cal State LA, but he was drafted instead during the height of the Vietnam War. He wound up marrying my stepfather's, which was my mom's boyfriend at the time, they since got married, sister, and they both wound up going to Cal State LA. He was a civil engineering major. He got his bachelor's degree in 1976 in civil engineering, mostly by going to school at night because they had 2 little kids, and he stayed home to take care of the kids during the day. And he actually founded the National Society of Black Engineers chapter at Cal State LA, and went on to mentor many students, both from community college and the 4-year universities throughout his lifetime. He worked until he was 73 years old. He actually started his own firm, Architects, Engineers, and Planners, in 1981, and retired in 2019. He passed away of dementia, but I think it's really fitting because I actually never really knew that he started his career and his journey at LA Trade Tech. And because we're hiring, a new president now, and we're in that process, we don't know the kind of impact that we have on people's lives. And I just wanted to make sure that we adjourned in his memory, because his obituary is like pages and pages long. And literally one of the first sentences is that he got his AA degree in architecture from LA Trade Tech. And I think that speaks volumes. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Hoffman. Our condolences, and yes, we'll adjourn in his memory. Before we proceed with the meeting, I would be honored if Vice President Henderson would read our land recognition statement. Thank you.
Thank you. The Los Angeles Community College District recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Pataviam, Serrano, Kis, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. The acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work and to teach and educate on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tatavian Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Kis Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and San Fernando Band of Mission Indians.
Thank you so much, Vice President Henderson. Before we motion to approve the order of business, Chancellor, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, members of the board, Board President Bella, good afternoon to everybody. Yes, we have 3 changes to bring that for your consideration. First is a facilities item, U8. The second is a business item on the consent calendar, V1. And the last is Z3. It's a board policy 3433 from item Z3. So 3 changes, U8, V1, and Z3. We consider striking those from your approval and review. We will return those items at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Chancellor. May I have a motion to approve the agenda and order of business with the changes?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson, second. I'll second. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna, absent. Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. We have a motion and a second to approve the special meeting and closed session minutes of February 15th, 2023.
Are you looking for a motion?
Huh?
Are you looking for a motion?
Yeah, we already approved the agenda. This is for the minutes.
Move to approve.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I
didn't-
apologize. I didn't know you were motioning. Thank you so much, trustee Hoffman. Okay, motion by trustee Hoffman, second.
Second.
Second by trustee Hernandez, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna, absent. Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We have a motion and a second to approve the regular board meeting and closed session minutes of February 1st, 2023.
So moved.
Okay, so moved by trustee Hoffman,
Second.
second by trustee Hernandez. Roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna, absent. Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. May I have a motion and a second to approve the special meeting minutes of January 18th, 2023?
So moved.
Motion by Vice President Henry, seconded by trustee Hoffman. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna, absent. Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Do any members of the resource table wish to address the board at this time? Come on up. Okay.
Good afternoon, President Vela, Vice Presidents Henderson and Eno, Chancellor, members of the board, and guests. My name is Giovanna Campos, and I am the recording secretary for AFT 1521A. I am speaking on behalf of President Hazel Alonso. I stand before you to once again bring to your attention an existing problem that has to be addressed more seriously by this administration. That is the matter of classified staffing and the fact that we are severely understaffed, and this administration has done minimal to alleviate the burden it has put upon Unit 1 members to pick up the slack for lack of hiring. While the constituency watches a consistent pointing of fingers as to who is to blame, the Personnel Commission for not allowing additional hiring, or campus administration for not putting forth the effort to fill back vacancies, it is Unit 1 members who feel the heavy weight of additional duties and multiple modalities in serving our students. We are being asked to give more and more to help with student enrollment, and yet are heard less and less. What will it take? We have employees who were hired last year and have yet to be added to the district's health benefits. Why? Because of the lack of staffing. We have students whose transcripts can be processed timely because no adequate staff. We have forms, Title IX complaints that float in the abyss because why? Again, no staffing. As it pertains to the remote work option that this administration bargained for with AFT 1521A, the lack of staffing has been used to deny employees the opportunities to participate in the remote work program. How unfair is that? The administration fails to adequately staff its departments to manage the nature and load of work the department needs, and then in turn uses their failure to staff as a reason to deny Unit 1 members from being able to remote work. The hypocrisy has no bounds, and AFT 1521A is utterly disappointed that our good faith efforts to work and bargain with this administration has led to such an unfavorable and unequal treatment of our members. We need better from this Board of Trustees, this Chancellor, and this administration. The responsibility of the constituents' well-being are on your shoulders, and you are failing that responsibility. AFD 1521A has stood at this podium or spoken via Zoom for months and months on end, pleading for this institution to listen to their needs. You rely on us to get the work done and to help with the successes of higher enrollments, but you are not supplying us with the greatest tool to help you in your endeavors, staff. In closing, as we enter into bargaining with the district, I hope members of the board and the chancellor remember all that has been said by AFD 1521A. We are not just numbers and bodies that fill a desk. We are your frontliners. We are your walking and talking advertisement of how great, or maybe how not so great LACCD is. We are the faces and the voices that your students first hear and see when they contemplate furthering their education within LACCD. It is without a doubt that without AFT 1521A, this district's operational structure will falter. We ask yet again for you to listen and consider all that we ask. We deserve it. We have earned it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Good afternoon and happy Women's History Month. I look forward to attending events district-wide to celebrate the contributions of women in society. In recognition of Women's History Month, I want to recognize a few of my sheroes. I must admit, I am a card-carrying fanboy of these three women. I have attended 2 of their lectures, stood in line for pictures, and got tongue-tied when speaking to them. The first is Angela Davis. I was born in 1964 and grew up during the Black Power movement. My mother, who is white, wanted me to grow up with Black pride during a time when whites still openly and aggressively used the N-word to insult and degrade us. She knew she was not the right person to teach me about Blackness. So she had me read the words of Black activists. One of them was Angela Davis. Today, Angela Davis is a worldwide academic and cultural icon. Still then, she was considered a dangerous radical who risked her life and freedom so I and many others in this room can stand before you today. Dr. Davis was an example of the strength, courage, intelligence, and leadership of Black women. She stood shoulder to shoulder with giants of the time and refused to be in the shadow of her male counterparts. Her scholarship is a must-read for all race and gender scholars. Her book, Women, Race, and Color, is one of the cornerstones of intersectional theory. The next giant I like to mention is Dolores Huerta. While those in the room may know her contributions, many of our students still don't. To illustrate the racism and sexism in history, I ask my students, who are the Latinos you know from your history books? They only know Cesar Chavez, but not Dolores Huerta, a co-founder of the Farm Workers Union. At 92 years old, she is still giving speeches today. I recently saw her speak at a foundation dinner at ELAC. I also saw her when she presented at Los Angeles Valley College and Project Mend in Pacoima, where one of my students presented her with his original artwork for her birthday. In a documentary about the Farm Workers Union, there was a quote from one of the farm owners that they would rather deal with Cesar Chavez because Dolores Huerta was a more formidable negotiator. She is an inspiration to all of us in the labor movement and the fight for social justice. Last, I want to talk about a giant we lost a few years ago, Bell Hooks. Dr. Hooks not only influenced me as an intersectional scholar, but still influences my teaching. Her book, Teaching to Transgress, is my guide as a professor, activist, and friend. She states in this book that education was about the practice of freedom. That is what I want for my students, freedom. Freedom from poverty, oppression, self-doubt, and our narrow views of their future. She also stated, I came to theory because I was hurting. The pain within me was so intense that I could not go on living. I came to theory desperate, wanting to comprehend, to grasp what was happening around and within me, excuse me. Most importantly, I wanted to make the hurt go away. I saw in theory then a location for healing. Isn't this just as or more important than a degree? Legislation like AB 1705 and AB 928 makes me feel like we have forgotten our job is not just to transfer students and grant certificates. It is also to educate, inspire, and help heal. I never saw Bell Hooks speak in person, but her words echo in my mind and her spirit in my heart. These are just a few of the women who have fought for our dignity, rights, and opportunities we have today. They say that the future is feminine, but the future is now. We see this in our first female vice president, our recent election of the first female mayor in Los Angeles, the historic intersectional representation of our board of trustees with 4 women on the board. 7 of our 9 LACCD executive staff are women. 4 of our 9 campus presidents are women. The majority of our faculty and staff are women. 6 of our 9 union campus presidents are women. And most important, 56% of our students are women. We look forward to beginning our negotiations this Friday with the fine men and women on both sides of the negotiation table. The present is feminine and the future is bright.
Thank you so much, Dr. McKeever. Appreciate that. Yes, please come up.
Oh, my name is Ben Horowitz. I'm a senior SAP ABAP programmer in the IT department, and I am the representative for the ESC to the CMA board. And first of all, I'd just like to echo the concerns of 1521A in regards to the staffing levels and the pace of filling vacancies. I know it's something that our members have also expressed concern about, and the impact it has on their work as well. But I'm standing here today to speak on behalf of one of our members, Catrelia Walker, who will be speaking shortly about a recent reclassification of her position. She has some concerns in terms of the process and the way it was handled, and that she was not informed of the details in a timely manner. We did manage to get the reclassification delayed a little bit to give her a chance to meet with management, but it was one meeting, and she feels that she should have been offered a chance to look at other duties that she has been performing outside of her regular duties for years now, and especially in the last few years since the pandemic. And there was no desk audit of exactly what her duties were, and that was not taken into consideration in the current reclassification. And so she is here to express her concerns, and we ask that you give her due consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from the resource table? Any online, Lupe? Do we have any of our organizations wanting to speak? Yeah, okay. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Angela.
Hello, good afternoon, President Vela and trustees, chancellor, and members of the public. My name is Angela Echeverry. I represent the District Academic Senate, and I'm excited, first of all, to announce that during the month of March, we will be holding our first in-person DAS meetings in the 3 years since the pandemic started at City College in the Student Union. So we're very excited to be back in person again. On Friday, March 17, we will also be hosting a virtual district discipline day open to all faculty. The theme of this event is rebooting and reimagining the LACCD. There will be a general session and discipline meetings in the morning and breakout sessions in the afternoon. And of course, the trustees and chancellor and other administrators are invited to participate. So we are very excited about this event, and we usually get very good turnout. As we reflect back on the state of our district, and we are poised to rescind the COVID-19 emergency plan today, which I am very excited to see on the agenda, we cannot forget the fact that we have lost so many students. About 30,000 FTES, or full-time equivalent students, which roughly translates somewhere around 50,000 students from our peak enrollment. 50,000 students. Let's just think about that for a second. I became a full-time STEM faculty member in our district over 20 years ago. The reason I fell in love with our system is because I recognized how community colleges offered invaluable, high-quality educational opportunities to students from all walks of life. Not only those who were transfer ready, but in particular, students who struggled academically, who needed a little extra help. Unfortunately, with the passage of AB 1705 and AB 928, our mission, the mission of our colleges, has been severely restricted. And I think we need to recognize this. If we want to address the problem that we're facing, we need to recognize how our mission is being impacted. And it is today, we are struggling. We are struggling to serve the needs of students who need remedial and pre-transfer coursework after the disruption that was caused over 3 years by a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. At a meeting yesterday, we spent a long time discussing possible changes to our district allocation model. But I posed that the real problem that we need to discuss is not how we split up our pie. The issue is that the pie is too small. And what are we going to do to bring back more than 50,000 students that have been lost in the last few years? How can we talk about advancing equity when so many have been disenfranchised from higher education? Legislative advocacy efforts must seek to effectively address pandemic-related learning loss. Otherwise, not only are we going to face some very hard times in a couple of years when the hold harmless provision ends, but more importantly, we're going to be doing an enormous disservice to the communities that we serve. I was very encouraged to learn about a proposed bill by Assemblymember Mike Funk, AB 811. This bill would authorize credit course repetition up to 5 times for courses in which a substandard grade was obtained, and up to 3 times for courses in which a satisfactory grade was earned. While this bill will not solve all of our challenges, it is a step in the right direction, as we know that our district students have experienced very sharp drops in course success rates for transfer level math and English since the implementation of AB 705 in the fall of 2019. So I really encourage the board and all of us to have these creative conversations. How are we going to address this enormous problem that we're facing? These 50,000 students that need to come back to higher education, and how are we going to serve them effectively? So we look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Echeverry. Anyone else online that would like to speak? Unmute yourself.
Is it me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, President Vela. Good afternoon, President Vela, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. For the record, I am Deborah Harrington. I'm the acting president of the Teamsters, representing our district deans. On behalf of our unit, we would like to join and stand with our fellow bargaining groups and our fellow unrepresented staff and you in condemning the alarming rise of anti-Semitism and hate crimes amongst the members of our beloved Jewish community. We commit to doing anything within our power to educate and speak out against this hateful spread of discrimination and violence. And we join you in denouncing anti-Semitism, racism, white supremacy, LGBTQ discrimination, and all other forms of bigotry. If I might make an aside with a humble brag, I actually have met bell hooks. I have a picture. I'll send it to Mr. McKeever. I also rise in celebration of the start of Women's History Month and recognize in particular the powerful sisterhood I share with my fellow Teamsters, who I know you also celebrate for the ways in which those women deans, yes, deliver. We will have our first round of negotiations with management next Thursday and very much look forward to a thoughtful and proactive negotiations experience. As a reminder from the last board meeting, when we had all of those great Teamster leaders presenting to you on the ways our deans deliver, amongst the most vital issues we seek to resolve through our new CBA are fair compensation. We stressed to you and senior management at the last board meeting that out of the 13 community college districts in LA County, we rank 4th from the bottom in salaries. Equitable workload. We seek to address through negotiations the myriad instances where our deans take up the duties of other deans, directors, and chairs for weeks, months, even years without additional compensation and despite repeated assurances that these extra duties are only temporary. Lack of support. We seek to resolve the untenable circumstance that more than half of our deans across the LACCD have no clerical support. I thought you'd like to know for your information who our Teamsters negotiation team consists of. It's V. Lee, who is our lead negotiator. She is from City College. Stephen Reynolds from East. Armando Rivera Figueroa from City. Chelvi Subramanian, who's from Harbor. Marla Juliana, who is from Mission. Ralph Davis from Southwest. Maggie Cordero from Trade Tech. Carmen Dominguez from Valley. Carmen Dones from West. Claudia Velasco from Pierce, Adrienne Mullen from the ESC, and our Teamsters business rep who is named Judith Serlin, and myself. Our unit stands united and ready to forcefully advocate for revisions and additions to our current CBA that will ensure better and more supported working conditions for our members. And just that recognition that we're so successful and central to the operations of our programs and services. So we are, as always, asking for a fair and equitable contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harrington. Anyone else online?
Yes.
You do? Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Chrisan Ozan, representing Local 99. I would like to first thank the board for the acknowledgement of today's resolution. The fact that anti-Semitic hate still exists today is shocking and sickening. It's sad that World War II ended 78 years ago, yet we're still dealing with this type of hatred and racism in this country. We also stand against any type of hatred and discrimination, and we thank the board for bringing awareness to this and doing what you can to ensure that this doesn't exist in our district. I would like to celebrate the life and legacy of Cesar Chavez. He played a pivotal role in the labor movement. He was a hero in fighting for social justice and advocating on behalf of hardworking people. He improved the conditions for many workers across the country. And I thank the board for this recognition. As a woman, I would especially like to thank the board for their acknowledgement of Women's History Month. Women have played a significant role in every aspect of society and have made countless contributions to this country. Women have fought to achieve equality and are still fighting. Speaking on Celebrate Women's History Month, back in 2019, Trustee Hoffman came up with the idea of having a Women's Empowerment Summit for our members. It was a 2-day professional development summit that encompassed many situations that women had to encounter in a daily work life. We discussed conflict resolution, personal safety, and our role in student success, just to name a few. The summit was phenomenal, if I say so myself, and many of the women and men that attended were extremely grateful for learning all the information that was provided. And we are very thankful to Ms. Hoffman for coming up with the idea and supporting our members with this program. However, I bring this up because I want to also mention the person behind the scenes that worked very hard to make this program happen, which was Katria Walker, who will be speaking shortly. Ms. Walker took an idea and made it into made it into an reality. Ms. Walker dedicated a lot of her time and into putting the program together, which we're very grateful of. Ms. Walker was also instrumental in providing daily online professional and development training for our members during the peak of COVID during fall of 2020. And I want to thank Ms. Walker for all her services she provided to our members. She is an unparalleled asset as a training and development program manager. She keeps a positive attitude all the time, and she provides information that's useful. And so we have concerns that if Ms. Walker is reclassified to only a health and wellness specialist, she would not be able to provide Local 99 members with valuable training and development programs. Therefore, we are in support of Ms. Walker, and we highly recommend to this board to vote no on this reclassification. And lastly, I want to extend my prayers and condolences to the families and victims of Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ozan. Anyone else online from our organizations? No, okay. Thank you all for all of your comments. Really appreciate that. Okay, we received the Chancellor's monthly report, which includes activities at the colleges from the college presidents. Do any of the presidents wish to further comment or highlight anything not included in the written report? Please come up. Okay, Dr. Limbaugh, come on up.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Three quick things to update you on. First, in terms of our apprenticeship programs. Due to the success of our Early Childhood Educator Apprenticeship Program, we are expanding the Early Childhood Educator Apprenticeship Program with the Los Angeles County Office of Education to now including 3 additional cohorts of 30 apprentices through June 30th of 2025. These apprentices will take the 4 required classes to get their associate teacher permit, and many will continue to take the additional units required to become a lead preschool teacher. An update on our activities at Black History Month, which we're very proud of. And I mention that because for the first 20 or so years of West history, it was a historically Black institution. And so these particular events we're very proud of, plus the fact we've increased our Black student enrollment by 5.6% over this time last year. Our new Black Scholars United program offered a program on February the 14th called Love Speaks. Are you listening? And it was an open forum with faculty, staff, and students. Then on Wednesday, the 22nd, the BSU hosted an Afrobeats party and student services resource fair with 90 students in attendance. And finally, our EOPS program offered a Black Excellence Symposium with Dr. Toya Jackson, a West alum and entrepreneur, and Mr. Tyson Amir, the author of Black Boy Poems. And finally, on our monolingual classes, I hope Trustee Buelna, you're out there somewhere listening to this. Our pilot program in child development now has 36 students in it. The pilot program offers credit child development courses in Spanish, along with non-credit supportive ESL classes. Our goal is to offer 4 3-unit core courses in child development in Spanish to provide students a pathway to the ECE state permit, as well as to provide a foundational support in Spanish for students that wish to enter a degree or certificate pathway. And we also have 3 additional sections of non-credit programs with, in one section, 80 students, another 36, another 30, and another 28. So we're very proud of that. And finally, I will say that we got through accreditation 2 hours ago. So I know some of my fellow presidents are going to feel the same thing, but we're all still standing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Limbaugh. Dr. Ribbons?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. We also went through accreditation, finished accreditation yesterday, and we're excited. We actually finished the process and have no recommendations, which is absolutely terrific. Not quite as good as peers who actually had no even core inquiries, but still pretty amazing.
Wow.
Enrollment, a lot of great stuff happening. You've heard me talk before about the work that Valley and Mission are doing, helping high school seniors complete their FAFSAs. That continues to go real well. I think that our local seniors are up over 70% completion, which we absolutely love, of course. We're still working hard in the last few days of that. That's leading up to the high school senior days, and that'll begin in April, where we actually have host the high school seniors on campus, so we can enroll them in classes for summer and fall right then, well before they leave from high school. That's a major change from previous years too. And on the 18th, we're hosting the LA Unified Spring Family Conference at Valley College. Mission will be also hosting one too. So that'll be terrific to get the high school families engaged with the process, get information out to them about what they should expect about pursuing their kids pursuing their education at Valley, Mission, or Pierce, and also giving parents opportunities to continue their education too. So lots of great stuff happening. Dual enrollment too. President Ornelas, President Aguiar, and I also met with the LA Unified Region North team recently. You all know the dual enrollment programs are really thriving at all of the 9 colleges. For us, last semester, we had over 2,400 enrollments in dual enrollment, which is an amazing growth. And at the Region North meeting, they presented that the success rate for our schools is 83%. The dual enrollment kids have an 83% success rate, far exceeding students on our campus. So it's great to see them succeeding as well. Not just taking classes, but being successful, which is a major focus. We'll also be working next year on programming students with intentionality, looking at GE patterns, actually creating GE pathways. We all, Mission Valley and Pierce, have ethnic studies classes that meet the high school requirements, community college requirements, and CSU requirements, which is a terrific benefit too. So lots of great stuff happening on that front. We also, just to highlight a couple of events, we had a wonderful Black History Month event last week with high school seniors, wonderful energy last Wednesday. The next day we had a pottery workshop where I actually got folks from our Mosaic Village getting their hands dirty with clay, as well as myself. So that was a lot of fun. And on the 15th, just put on your calendar, our Rainbow Pride and Veteran Resource Center folks are having a paint, and I can't read the second word, an event, a fun event for getting folks to paint. That's going to be on the 15th, March 15th. More details on our website, of course, but hopefully some of you will be able to make it. And Cesar Chavez Youth Leadership Conference at Valley for our youth on March 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ribbons. Burke, one up.
Good afternoon, trustees and chancellor. I'm going to start with financial aid because, of course, as you know, the deadline is tomorrow. And our financial aid office at Trade Tech has been hosting weekly lab hours during the spring semester with extended hours every day this week to help students with their application. We're quite proud of the fact that year over year, we have increased our Pell and California College Promise grants. 700, we're serving 715 more students in those programs. This represents a 24% increase. So we're leading the district in that number. Of course, East has the most students by number total, but in terms of growth, we have the highest percentage. Earlier today, our outreach and recruitment team hosted 91 students and 26 representatives from LAUSD at our LAUSD Pathway to College event, which caters to LAUSD foster youth interested in attending Trade Tech. Attendees met with EOPS Next Up and Project Tipping Point, as well as our Guardian Scholars Program, and enjoyed lunch, raffles, and presentations. Last month, Trade Tech Basic Needs kicked off the food pantry for the spring semester. At our last pantry, we served 60 students who received boxes of fresh produce and non-perishables. And our food pantry continues every other Thursday. Later this month, on March 18th and Sunday, March 19th, Trade Tech will host Care Harbor for their weekend clinic, providing free medical, dental, and vision care to the uninsured, underinsured, and underserved in our community. They expect to serve 600 attendees throughout the weekend. We have a long history with Care Harbor, a nonprofit organization, and through our partnership with them, the college is able to extend an invitation to our clinic, to our unhoused students for vision and dental care. And then finally, as you know, Trade Tech is hosting this year's annual Culinary Cup on Friday, May 12th. We will face off against our colleagues at Mission and Harbor for the coveted Gold Chef's Hat trophy. This year, the inspiration is taken from the flavors of Southeast Asia. We certainly hope you'll join us, and tickets will be available on the website soon.
Thank you so much, and good luck to all of you on the Golden Cup. Dr. Culpepper, come on up.
Let it not be said that the 9 campuses don't compete with each other. President Vela, we just want to, on behalf of Southwest College and certainly First Vice President Henderson, also Second Vice President Eno, and Chancellor Rodriguez, on behalf of Southwest College, we really appreciate your presence at the celebration of the topping out ceremony of the Student Union. It was a very, very wonderful celebration, and certainly the other trustees, I know you sent your well wishes, and we truly appreciate that. It was a culminating event. It is the last building before the applied health building may be built sometime in the future. But right now, the Student Union building is a wonderful building because it brings together what I shared at the event, a time of koinonia. It is a place of communion, it's a place of coming together, it's a place of fellowship. That building will become a centerpiece for Los Angeles Southwest College, for the administration, faculty, staff, and certainly for the students. And so we really appreciate all of those who were involved in planning and putting the building together. And certainly I want to recognize Dr. Smith and his team for all the hard work that was done, along with all the general contractors and subcontractors who were engaged. It's really been a team effort, and it's turning out to be a very beautiful building. So thank you for your presence and support. Last evening, I was able to meet with the City Council of Glendale and present data to them concerning Southwest College and what we've been accomplishing and the things that we are doing. I shared with them some data referencing back to 2022 to help them see what's been happening in terms of the growth of enrollment, as well as one of our key programs, which is the higher LAX program that we have been engaged in. One of the data points that I'll share with you that's not part of our report is that at this point, we can now celebrate that 300 students have passed through that program and have been able to get jobs as they have been engaged with higher LAX. And so we are certainly happy for the work that has been done there and the work that will continue.
Dr. Culpepper,
Yes.
I don't want to correct you, but you said the city of Glendale.
I'm sorry,
But
it's City of
yeah.
Gardena.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I just want to make sure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
It's the City of Gardena.
It's so,
Kinda wondering
because Trustee Hoffman works at Glendale College.
I'm showing a little bit of my
was like,
age, I guess.
It's me.
I just want to help you for the record. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate. Let's correct the record. It is City of Gardena. Thank you. Maybe I saw Trustee Hoffman in Glendale was on my mind, but it was a City of Gardena. A wonderful opportunity to present to them what's happening at Southwest College. Want to transition now into some of the Black History Month event, and especially one that really focuses on what we've been doing since my tenure there, which is re-engaging the community. We have been working hand in hand with them, and one of the wonderful events that was put together by by the producer Val Peacock, as well as one of our LASC faculty members, Dr. Tandy Ward, and also Dr. Robert Lance, a ASO advisor and a LASC faculty member, put on a wonderful event called Lest We Forget, which is a reflection of the history of African-American people, their transition here, their plight here, and also toward their freedom. And so it was a wonderful event that was co-partnered, if you will, with the BHM, the Black History Month Committee, and Caroline L. Career Scholarship Committee. Did an outstanding job. The theater was packed. with not only our faculty and our students, but community members from all over. So it was a wonderful event, and we really were impressed and encouraged by the information and the storytelling that took place during that event. I want to transition now to our what's happening with our enrollment. Once again, for the third academic session, we have 109% in our head count, so we're still increasing. Our FTS is 115%, and so our numbers look very positive. All of the efforts that we've been making with our school days is certainly with our media outreach and our direct outreach to the various K through 12 institutions is showing progress and adding value to what we are doing. And certainly our bus tails, as well as our billboards, seem to be having a significant impact in reintroducing and re-engaging our community at Southwest. I want to transition now to something that all of us, I'm sure, are focused on, and that is the impact of AB 1705. I was able to sit with the math faculty. I was invited by Dr. Alfred, our dean, that is over that area. And it was a wonderful conversation about what we're doing at Southwest College to ensure that when July 1st comes, that we are prepared to ensure that our students, even when they're placed in these transfer level areas, that they know where resources are to keep them persisting and progressing in their academic career. It's important that we think about that right now, if we haven't been thinking about it before, but certainly right now, because July 1st is only a short time away, and our students need to know where resources are so that they can continue to persist at Southwest College. And had a wonderful conversation with them, and looking forward to that continual conversation, not only on the math side, but also on the English side. And I would be remiss as I close not to mention the Women's History Month, when in fact Southwest College is about women's history. Dessa Cox, Adela Cannon, Dr. Agnes Moreland Jackson, and Sue Acosta, all women who stood in 1967 of July on the grounds where Southwest College is now built. All of the effort that they made to make sure that this college existed in the Southwest community is a history and legacy to what women have done for Southwest College. And as I take my seat, I would like all of the professors, the women professors at Southwest College, all of the women administrators, all of our female students, and all of the women in our community at Southwest to know that we love them and we thank them for all that they have done and all that they continue to do for Southwest College, and especially the women who are on the Board of Trustees. We thank you for your continual efforts to make sure education comes to our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Culpepper. Dr. Gallagher, come on up.
Thank you, Board President Vela. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to update you on a couple of things. I want to spend a little bit of time because we're really proud of what our theater students just did in competition at the Kennedy Center American College Theater Festival. They did the play Melancholia, which was something that we did in concert with the Latino Theater Company, and it was directed by Jose Luis Valenzuela, and we won 9 awards. Maria Caterina Capelli, yes, won the National Costume Design Award, National. Emma Bader was the outstanding performance for a 10-minute monologue. Isaiah Noriega, outstanding performance in a 10-minute dialogue. Jayla Jones, outstanding devised work. Jorge Barrios, best activity in devised monologue. And our professor, Johnny Garofalo, he's the professor of our technical theater, won the Golden Wrench Award for superior work as technical director. So I just want to take a minute and just recognize that great work of these students along with Jose Luis Valenzuela. Thank you. Moving along, let me just update you on a couple of other things. Just this morning, Supervisor Solis held a food distribution at LACC over a 3-hour period, distributed 900 boxes of food to students, and along with diapers, wipes, and baby formula. And it was just exciting and wonderful to see. And we had a very successful campaign for our spring. It was called You Matter Here. And so we had buttons and T-shirts and things all over the campus. And it really resonated with the students. And they participated in a great many of the activities that we had in the first 2 weeks. And it was just wonderful to see people fully re-engaged again. LACC is the location for the district-wide celebration again this year during Women's History Month to recognize our women of LACCD. We will hold our annual afternoon tea the last Wednesday of the month, March 29th from 2 to 4. We have very special keynote speakers this year. The theme for this year is Their Stories Are Our Stories. And our very special 4 keynote speakers this year will be our very own female trustees, Trustee Hoffman, Trustee Henderson, Trustee Eno, and Trustee Hernandez. So we can't wait to see all of you that day. And finally, our site visit is taking place right now. So after closed session tonight, we'll find out how we did. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gallagher. Dr. Roman? Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Vela, trustees, chancellor, colleagues, and members of the public. In honor of Women's History Month at ELAC, we will be having a collaboration with the Women's Gender Studies Program, the AAOI, in my office to honor and commemorate, as those who have come up have already said, the contributions, invaluable contributions of women at the local, state, and federal level. We have Nikki Giovanni, Patsy Valdez, and Rosa Clemente joining ELAC throughout the month. Please, I encourage you to join us. There will be virtual events. And of course, we will also be there in person. So different ways to join us. We are continuing our progress within language courses. We offer several for the spring. Those courses are doing well. We're monitoring enrollment to possibly add a few more for the short-term classes. But again, it's going to be based on need. And so it's important for us to push the marketing to see if we can add additional courses. We have what we call the Spring 2 campaign. The Spring 2 campaign is basically a series of courses that are offered short-term, 5, 6, and 8-week courses. These are starting now. The marketing for them are starting now. We have about 430 courses that will be added to the spring schedule. We're finding that students are really like those courses. It's a way for a student to add an additional class. It's a way for a student who didn't start the 16-week spring to not miss out on their pathway and continue through. The fall 2 schedule did very well. We anticipate that the spring 2 will do just as well. Dual enrollment continues as it's been stated by my colleagues here. We are anticipating about a 29% increase from prior spring, about 4,000 students in total for dual enrollment. And in addition, we have about 12 classes starting in Alhambra Unified for the short-term courses. So dual enrollment is picking up for ELAC as it is for the other colleges. We're continuing classroom presentations. We're actually going inside the classrooms and asking our students to register. We're offering help on the spot. We want to make sure that they do not miss any deadline coming up, financial aid, basic needs. So if students are not able to come to us, we're going to them personally in the classroom to make sure that they're getting the support that they need. Those have actually worked very well. We are literally outside of the building as they're coming out and registering students on the spot. So that's been very successful. And CTE, we have a series of CTE events in March. We really do believe CTE is an important component of the education that we deliver to our students in our community. We're going to have 4 events in March, 1 every week, to really showcase the type of CTE programs that we have for our students, to provide leadership training, and also do resume building as well as preparing students for interviews. The idea here is that we get them on pathways into CTE programs, that they have an actual job waiting for them at the end of that certificate. Also, to have them continue as they get stackable degrees into A degrees and pathways into 4-year university. So a lot happening at ELAC. I'm going to keep it short today, but I appreciate everything that you do. Again, to the women, the board members and our board, thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you for your leadership. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Roman.
Good afternoon. And today I want to start in honor of all those mujeres that start Saturday morning with los bookies or los temerarios to signal it's time for you to get up and get busy. To my grandparents, to both my grandmothers that held down the fort in Mexico while my grandfathers were in the US working. Both of them had 12 kids. So as you can see, our family gatherings are pretty intense. So let me just give you a few updates. We continue to work on our early decision program, doing the FAFSA workshops both in English and Spanish to our local high schools, getting them ready for our onboarding so that they can register for summer bridge and our fall semester. We're doing our phone-a-thons, calling students that are taking less than 12 units, trying to get them eligible for EOPS, or simply getting them to take more units than 6, because the majority of our students are taking less than 6 units. We're putting a little spin on our recruitment efforts. We're working with all the elementary schools in Wilmington, middle schools, and high school. We're gonna do a drumline showcase on Saturday, March 14th. The spin is that before we start doing the competition for the drumline, is we're gonna tell them everything we have to offer about Harbor College. There's one thing that gets the parents and the community onto the campuses, is seeing their kids compete. So we're gonna take advantage of that. And we're working also with the Boys and Girls Club of Los Angeles of Harbor and Beyond the Bell. Just in case you guys didn't realize that we're competitive. This Saturday at 7 p.m., our men's basketball team will be taking on the Huskies. 7 p.m. at ELAC. Although it's a home game for ELAC, we're gonna pack it with Harbor. So make it a Harbor home game. I have some gear for all of you guys, so when you guys come out, you guys can support. Dr. Roman, I appreciate you wearing the Harbor colors today.
Thank you, Dr. Dorado. Dr. Ornelas?
Wow, well, we are a little competitive. Good afternoon, President Vela, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. Just a few quick updates for Mission College. We are ready for our site visit, which begins tomorrow and ends on Friday. I really want to thank the Mission College team because they have been working relentlessly to get us ready for our visit. Also really proud to share that we did receive a grant from the Department of Labor, 1.6 million to do short-term allied health programs. Really excited about that. And a couple of other, I know that President Gribbons did a report on behalf of Ada and myself, but I'm going to elaborate a little bit on our partnership with LA Unified. We are hosting we have a wonderful partnership with Region North. And our campuses have been venues to really collaborate and do things a little differently. And the parent conferences that we're hosting are a way to really begin working with parents, providing workshops on a college-going culture. What is FAFSA? What are applications? What's the importance of these deadlines? And it's our opportunity to also promote and enroll parents in adult education courses at our sites. So it's a win-win for all of us. And then finally, of course, you're going to continue to hear about Mission College's Food and Wine Festival. Of course, all of you are invited. April 29th, we'll be sending out invites through Lupe, and hopefully you'll all be joining us. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ornelas. Dr. Aguiar, come on up. Yeah.
I have to bring my laptop because I can't see. All right, well, our site visit was this Monday. It was fabulous. Fabulous. We are the first and so far the only college in the state of California to have no core inquiries and in this new formative and summative process. So we are very proud of that. The team, one of the remarks they made was that they were impressed because all of our name badges, it's just our first name, no title. So they thought that that showed our collaborative spirit and not being bogged down in titles, and I'm quoting. And they also expressed that, that Pierce is a living embodiment of our mission. So those were some of the statements that came from the team. They were very thrilled. They got to meet our brand new CALF of 3 days, CALF Mary. So they were thrilled, and they also took eggs home with them. We also had 20 of our theater students also competed at the Kennedy Center American College Theater Festival, and 9 of our students made it to the semifinals, and 1 of them reached the finals. 2 of our technical students made it to the finals. And this spring, our upcoming production will be Ironbound and Rent. There's information about the French Festival that I will not speak to. Our softball season has kicked off for the first time at Pierce since 2019. The Pierce Cheer Squad won the 2023 National USA Collegiate Championship. So I want to congratulate the students, Coach Zach Harris, and of course our wonderful athletic director, Susan Armenta. And yesterday we had our grand celebration and opening for our multicultural center. There were plenty of students. I mean, there were students everywhere. They were absolutely excited. We had a couple of speakers from the Umoja program that presented, and it was just a lovely event. And I want to thank Chancellor Rodriguez for joining us for the event. It was absolutely great. So thank you. I'll keep it short today.
Thank you so much, Dr. I really appreciate everyone's report today. All right, let's go ahead and move on to public comment. Let's start with Katrina C. Walker. Ms. Walker, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Katrolia Walker, and I have worked at the district office 19 years as a classified manager. Since 2008, I have been reassigned to higher level duties, developing and advancing staff development programs for the Human Resources Division. After being closed out of the Employee Benefit Specialist position in health benefits due to reorganization, I have been tasked with reorganizing and advancing the Employee Assistance Program district-wide since 2008, launching and advancing the Total Wellness Program district-wide since 2010, and relaunching and advancing the Training and Development Program district-wide since 2013. Now, over these years, I have received commendations from the Board of Trustees for the LA Marathon and 5K teams, Local 99's Women Empowerment Summit 2-day training, COVID-19 safety training e-courses, both for faculty and staff and students, with instructional design, voiceovers, and video production created by me. And I received the Biddy Mason Leadership Award presented by the Black Faculty and Staff Association in June of 2022. With the pandemic outbreak, my workload has included facilitating online courses and conferences for labor unions, district managers, deans, and various departments, asynchronous online trainings for Local 99 and building trades members, 24-hour monitoring of emails sent from employees needing help with COVID-19, grief and loss, and critical stress incidents. As the business owner of HR's new LMS, I have negotiated contracts for the district employees to have access to Harvard School of Business courses, Microsoft trainings for IT certifications, finance trainings for accounting certifications, SHRM trainings for HR certifications, and Mouse trainings for staff unit certifications. Now, since 2010, hiring of support staff for me has been denied. Many of the leads, managers, supervisors, deans, and administrators attending my trainings have promoted while I have not. I have never received pay at the rate for the higher level assignments I perform, and I stopped accruing vacation quota over a year ago. I have witnessed the promotions of many colleagues without being required to compete, such as with the Vice Chancellor of Finance and the Assistant Director of Personnel Commission. To now be reclassified as a health and wellness specialist with no promotional pathway and without PC ever performing a desk audit is reprehensible. I urge you, trustees, to put an end to this culture of discriminatory and inequitable job advancement practices for all classified employees. You can begin today by voting no on this reclassification and demanding a 3-year audit of past appointments and promotions recommended by PC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walker. Appreciate all of your comments and thank you for being here. Next is Tariq Azim. Please come on up.
Good afternoon, oh my God, this is loud. Good afternoon, President Vela, Chancellor Rodriguez, and members of the LACCD Board of Trustees. My name is Tariq Azim, and I'm here today on behalf of the Campaign for College Opportunity, a higher education advocacy and research organization that has unapologetically advanced student success and racial equity policies across the state. From championing the associate degree for transfer to securing over $6.5 billion in state investments for students, we are dedicated to eliminating barriers and streamlining access to college for hundreds of thousands of California students. First, thank you for your commitment to student success through Goal 1.4 and for monitoring and supporting the implementation of AB 1705, an equitable placement and the completion policy, as well as AB 928, which would transform transfer throughout LACCD. We were so proud to honor East LA College and LA Pierce College last November for their excellence in awarding the Associate Degree for Transfer ADT to more students each year. Two campuses that are truly leading the way and serving as a model for other colleges across the state. We also honored West LA College last year for excellence in placement with an equity designation for enrolling 100% of Black students in transfer level English within their first year of enrollment. Between 2017 and 2019, we saw that LACCD's AB 705 implementation led to over 5,000 and 3,000 additional student enrollments in transfer level English and math courses, respectively, from fall 2017 to fall 2019. Enrollment in transfer level math and English courses significantly increased for Black and Latinx students from 13% and 16%, respectively, to 75% and 73% in this same time frame. Over 60% of students have completed transfer level English within 1 year of their initial enrollment at LA Pierce, LA Harbor, and LA Valley. That is a tremendous success, and it is only because of campus faculty, presidents, Chancellor Rodriguez, and all of you trustees who have continued to focus on implementation of new placement practices and are putting students first. We look forward to continuing to partner and engage with all of you as you work to carry out your board goals to faithfully monitor and fully implement transfer and equitable placement reforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more speakers on items in the agenda? Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and move on to reports from the board. Trustee Hoffman, can you summarize the proceedings of the Budget and Finance Committee on February 15th?
Thank you. So at our Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we reviewed the final single audit report from Vasquez, which is on the board agenda today for approval. And we got a report on the second quarter financials and an enrollment report. There were a total of 4 findings in the audit, and just bear with me, I have them here. There were 3 findings in the financial aid cluster and then 1 finding under job training. Of the 4 findings, only 1 finding was classified as a significant deficiency, and that was under the financial aid cluster with the return to Title IV funds, which is a pretty common finding amongst most community college districts. So all in all, we fared well and we are working on that. So thank you so much. And that is my report.
And thank you so much, Trustee Hoffman. Trustee Henderson, can you summarize the proceedings of the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee for February 15th?
I most definitely can. Thank you, Mr. President. The Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee met on Wednesday, February 15th at 4 p.m. with Trustees Braun and Eno in attendance. The committee had 5 total presentations for information purposes, 4 from Interim Vice Chancellor Albo Lopez and Mr. Maury Pearl, and 1 item presented by Vice Chancellor Carmen Lids. The reports began with the district student housing partnerships, which provided specific data on student participation by demographic and the strategies being employed to increase student access and participation by each college. We had an accreditation report, which described areas of concern from previous accreditations and how the colleges are now addressing those concerns to prevent carryover. We had a report on dual enrollment, which included enrollment numbers and the college's continued outreach efforts to further promote free college for K-12 students. And the final two reports were an enrollment report, which showed increased enrollments by college and demographic breakdowns by age, identity, and FTEs. And this report highlighted the need for targeted outreach to our non-traditional LGBTQ+, API, and Indigenous students. The uptick in Black male enrollment is promising and demonstrates the benefits of targeted. And Vice Chancellor Carmen Liz closed out the meeting with the status update on the website redesign project for the district and colleges. And this particular report highlighted the importance of accountability and participation. There were a few significant issues that were brought to the committee and to Dr. Lid's attention that I feel should have been addressed earlier in the redesign process in college work group discussions. Each of the reports evoked questions from participants and requests for additional information from trustees, but all in all, the information received was insightful and represented a positive shift forward in improving student outcomes for our current and future students. We appreciate the participation of those that attended and look forward to all of you being at our next IES meeting, which is scheduled for Wednesday, March 15th at 4 p.m. The meeting agenda and link will be posted on the district website. And President Vela, so ends my report.
Thank you so much, Vice President Henderson. Trustee Vettis, can you summarize the proceedings of the Facilities Master Planning and Oversight Committee on February 15th?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, all committee members were present. There was 4 major items that were reviewed by the committee. I'll begin with an update on the first one that is actually on the agenda today for this board to consider, and that's a PMO amendment requested by our staff. Essentially what it does is it accounts for Measure LA being passed and the ability of the PMO to be able to conduct business with the Measure LA funds that are now actually entering. That item is business item letter V, business items number 7, amendment to the PMO contract. Just note that for the record. In addition, there was 2 schematic design reviews. One is the Travis building at Los Angeles City College, and the other was the Academic West building at Pierce College, both of which were recommended unanimously by the committee. There was our semi-annual report from Build LACCD. So all of those reports are on Go Board Docs, available for the entire board to review. The semi-annual report covered a number of features, including our LACCD program that we've discussed, and certainly the progress that's been made fiscally through the project. I will note that from our projected expenditures for the PMO to our current date expenditures, we are coming in below the expectations. And so I believe we can mark it as a efficient and organized program right now. So those were the items that were heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vettis. Student Trustee Callahan, can you please report on your Student Advisory Committee meeting?
The Student Advisory Committee went well. It was mostly just a reconvening of the student body presidents and gathering together to prepare for the next academic term. We did pass the administrative procedure 5411, which is amending the requirements for students to be in a student organization. So usually we require students to take at least 5 units, but now it's expanded that language to include students who are taking adult classes or taking no credits, so they don't have to be taking credits to be eligible to join a student organization. And it also extended the eligibility to students with disabilities. So we passed that, and aside from that, it was just a nice meeting. But before I do end my comment, because there's no other appropriate place to say this, I'm going to just have this piece on. to the bargaining rooms, to all of the classified, unclassified faculty members who will be going to the table. I'm wishing you all the best in the spirit of Women's History Month and the spirit of organizing in general. I would like to, I guess, channel the energy of Fannie Lou Hamer, and wish you all the best. Ever since I got onto the board, I've heard constantly that you guys have been, fighting for your rights and what you need to be effective in working at your institutions. I've been a student and I've seen some of the issues that have come from understaffing at colleges, and I'm wishing you all the best. And because of how long these conversations have been going on, I'm beginning to get a little concerned that it might get a little more active. So hopefully nothing comes to that. Wish you all the best. Yeah, just good luck, everybody.
Thank you so much, Trustee Callahan. I appreciate your report. Trustee Hernandez or Hoffman, would you guys like to report on the legislative committee? For Trustee, she's not here. I don't know if you guys. Okay, no, that's fine. We'll bypass that. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to board travel ratification authorizations. I want to recognize Trustee Wellness here with us. Thank you so much, Trustee Wellness. Board travel ratification authorizations. May I have a motion and a second on item E2?
Moved.
Okay, moved by Vice President Henderson. Any second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Hoffman. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes. Can I ask one?
Yes, go ahead.
Trustee Hoffman, the Associated General Contractors of America. What is that? It's the first I've heard of that. It's not on our list, but I was just out of curiosity.
Yeah, somebody mentioned it to me. It's a trade show for like a national construction trade show with vendors and actual like tools and equipment, and they have a whole education sort of track for students and people who want to go into the construction business. So I was just going to go for a couple of days and learn. Talks about pricing and methods of building and all the things that I'm not so familiar with. We got a really good rate of $325 to register. So I ran it by Chair Vella. Thanks.
Any more questions? Okay, roll call.
Student
Oh, we
Trustee.
already did it?
Yeah, we did it.
I forgot.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and then were you a yes or a no?
I was yes. I was just
Okay.
because I'd never seen this before. So
Okay,
just
thank
out
you.
of curiosity.
Okay, so motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next up is the adoption of our 2023 Board of Trustees goals. May I have a motion and a second on item E3?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson,
Seconded.
second by Trustee Hernandez. Just really quick, discussion wise, I want to give the board opportunity to mention anything on our goals for the next year. I think that my opinion, I really want to thank all of you because you guys did a fantastic job in putting these together and work together. And I just want to thank you as we move forward. They're up here and up here for us to view. But any comments from the board? I'll start to the right. Miss Trustee Vettis.
No, I think the only thing I wanted to remark is, we always have such a difficult time trying to stay focused because I think everything that we do in these institutions and that sort of personally connect to us, we want to ensure is on a specific goal. But I did appreciate the way that we were able to take 4 broad goals and then specifically lay them into consistent goals for this institution, obviously being the access and the student success and equity issues and also to sort of value the fact that learning takes place in high quality environments. So in that sense, I appreciate where we're at. I appreciate sort of the evolution from a lot to focus, and I hope to be able to sort of keep track. It's very hard, even amongst those four, to distinguish which the ones that and how we distribute work product and program. But to be able to lay these through with and make them connected to our senior staff, our chancellor, all across the district. I think these are good reflections of where we all stand and where we want to see some significant progress.
Thank you, Trustee Medicine. Thank you for your focus on increasing support for our colleges and their graduations. That was one of your really, I believe, great ideas to begin the process of incentivizing our students to graduate with us. So thank you so much. Trustee Buena, any comments on the board goals?
In general, no, I think we all had input. I'm looking forward to increasing and focusing on the access component, especially on diversity of language.
Yeah.
And making sure the entire institution is committed to it. By coincidence, some folks have reached out to me and let me know that they're having some challenges from some administrators kind of implementing it, as there is some folks are challenged by the notion of diversity of language.
Right.
They're registering students, so I think that we're going to have a discussion about what that means.
Yeah, and I'm glad it's on the board goals, because we could continue to, discuss it, and it is what it is. Yeah.
Thank you for your leadership.
Absolutely. Vice President Henderson, anything on the board goals?
No, I'm just very happy that we were able to work together to get this done in a timely manner, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone.
Awesome. Trustee Hoffman, anything on the board goals?
No, thank you. Thanks for bringing in Dr. Helen Benjamin to facilitate. I thought that went really well.
She was awesome.
We stayed right on target, so really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Hernandez.
Yeah, this has been a learning process for me, and so it's been great to be able to, really get kind of level up on this work. I'm excited, as we go through this, to maybe narrow it a bit. 13 goals, 22 actions, but I thought it was a really great process to go.
Yeah, there's a lot more condensed, and I want to thank you, Chancellor, also for working with me and Dr. Benjamin on these. And again, thanks to all of you. And I highly encourage our community to be able to look at these and be able for you to know where we're heading as a board. So, and again, I just want to thank my colleagues again. Without further discussion, let's do roll call.
I didn't get to comment.
Oh, sorry. Trustee Callahan, I apologize.
Yeah, sorry. It was just.
So sorry. Yes, please comment.
You're fine. Yeah, but I just wanted to note that I'm also very proud of the work that we did. I think setting them, getting the goals out in a timely manner was wonderful and great. I will be a little bit honest. A lot of the input that I wanted to give was, not as, I'll say, honest regarding the board goals, and part of that is because I have such a short term as a student trustee. More of my focus as far as my input was, how would an incoming student trustee take the board goals, or how would the current board support a new student trustee coming in to my position. So I would say, in hindsight, I'm glad with what I put in, and I hope that it does give a better roadmap for for the student that supersedes me. So, yeah.
Thank you, and we'll make note of that. And I just want to thank you for your participation, and you had a lot of great input on them as well. I want to make sure the audience knows that Trustee Callahan was with us when we were formulating the board goals, and really put in a lot for us to really think about the student trustee role. So really want to appreciate that. Without any further discussion, let's go ahead and do roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buena.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno absent. Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
All right. Thank you so much. Motion passes. Can I have a motion to do resolution F1? So moved by trustee Buena, second.
Second.
Second by Vice President Henderson. This is District Classified Employees Retirement. Congratulations to everyone. Let's do roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno absent, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Excellent. We have a motion on item F2. This is condemning the rise of anti-Semitism and hate crimes against the Jewish community.
So moved.
So moved by trustee Hoffman, seconded by trustee Buena. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I'd like to have.
Trustee Hoffman.
So this is we passed this resolution in 2021 and we had a resolution before that in 2018. So this is a redo of the resolution that we passed after the shootings happened in the Beverly Hills area at Sushi Fumi. And so we're bringing this resolution back updated with the latest hate crime against two Jewish men leaving shul in the Pico Robertson neighborhood, which is in our district. And I have family and friends that literally live a stone's throw away from where the shootings happened. And Trustee Bowman and I are bringing this forward just to, again, create awareness. And since 2021, there's been yet again another rise in hate crimes and specifically anti-Semitism. And I found some statistics. According to the LAPD, there's been a 24% increase in anti-Jewish hate crimes last year compared with 2021. There were 89 victims in 2022 and 72 in 2021, according to the department. And LAPD's hate crime unit reported 643 crimes in 2022, which was a 13% increase over 2021's 567, and more than double the 257 recorded 5 years ago. So clearly, hate crimes are on the rise in general, and anti-Semitism is on the rise. And while we just bring this forward to bring awareness, I mean, I don't know, maybe we should stop bringing it forward and maybe the numbers will go down. I don't know. But it's really unnerving. It's really unnerving as a Jewish woman who does go to temple. And I do participate in my community, both as a community member and also in a religious way. So thank you for the comments earlier today. I appreciate the public comment on this resolution, and I'd love everyone's support in taking this back to their districts and just really making folks aware. Thank you. And Trustee Bowman, did you want to say anything?
Thank you. I think these motions, resolutions, they're important. I wouldn't say that they're repeated. I think that that there is a duty and an obligation as a major institution in our region to, once incidents occur, to make sure that these resolutions are again reiterated, because our voice does have an effect on the region and setting the tone. So that's why I was proud to co-sponsor it.
Thank you both for bringing this forward. Really appreciate that. Without any further discussion, let's take a vote. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson, trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno absent, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Motion passes. And I have a motion and a second on item F3, celebrating Women's History Month.
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson,
Okay.
seconded by
Hoffman.
Trustee Hoffman. Great. All right. Any discussion on this one? Or comments? Hearing none.
Oh, can I just make a comment?
Oh, yeah,
I didn't know if Trustee Henderson was going to say something. I just want to thank you, Chancellor, and I also want to thank Trustee Eno publicly for supporting a Women's History Month event that will be co-sponsored by the California Community Colleges Women's Caucus, APITA, and LACCD. It will be on Zoom on March 23rd. Everybody will get the information. So it'll be a really great event with Dr. Melanie Ho, who's an artist, And she'll be taking us through a really interactive and fun workshop. So I just thank you so much, and thank you to my colleague. I don't know if Trustee Eno is on virtually or not, but really thank you for the support.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. Any other?
I would like to make a comment.
Trustee Callahan, hold on. While she gets to Vice President Henderson, I'll go right up to you.
Thank you, President Bella. I just want to note that this is a wonderful resolution, and it's so wonderful that we do these. But there is still a lot of work that we need to do in this district in terms of pay equity and making life right for the women in LA Community College District. And so I do look forward to working with the women that are part of my ad hoc committee and just across the district to just recognize the women in leadership and all of the women that are really standing up for their rights and making ill treatment known to all of us. And I commend you and I thank you, and really proud of this resolution.
Thank you so much, Vice President Henderson. Trustee Callahan, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to make a quick comment about, though we are celebrating a lot of women leaders in history. I also just want to acknowledge I guess the more, maybe not, I won't say exemplary or like historical, but the more simple, down to earth, relatable women, mothers, sisters, aunties, people, the women around us who bring us up. And I say that because it's a lot of focusing on history and like the big monoliths, but there's the people who lifted up those monoliths, and most of them are, our mothers. And I say that mostly just to say, just reflecting on Women's History Month, it's like I wouldn't be here without my mother. I wouldn't be in college. I wouldn't be alive without my mother. I wouldn't be in college without my mother. The whole idea of me going to college was her idea. She just brought up to me one day and said, "Hey, you're not getting the job that you want to apply to because these people don't like you because of the way you work. Why don't you apply to college and get financial aid?" And probably bada boom, I was student trustee. But and I just say that to I guess have us, have everybody kind of reflect on the people who brought you to where you are, and how personally our paths lead us to who we are and how we live. So just to that, Mom, if you're watching this, I'm pretty sure we're not going to. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Callahan. Trustee Hoffman?
Yeah, I just want to also make a plug for the California Community Colleges Women's Caucus. It's a statewide caucus. I am the co-chair with Dr. Sonia Christian, who is our new state chancellor, and I'm sure the chancellor will be speaking about that in a minute. But if your membership has lapsed, either as an institution, and I know all of our colleges memberships have lapsed, so please, please, please renew, make me look good. And if your personal membership has lapsed, it's only $25, please renew. And if you need the information, it's on the Community College League of California website, or you can email me personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. And I also wanted to thank Dr. McKeever. Thank you for enlightening us with our stats on our women that serve us every day and work really hard. So thank you. All right, without any further discussion, let's go for a vote. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Wella.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno absent. Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Velez.
You went to the restroom. Okay. All right, motion passes. Next up, can I have a motion and a second on item F4, Cesar Estrada Chavez Day, March 31st?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Wella, second
Second.
by Trustee Hernandez. Thank you all so much. Any discussion on this? Any discussion?
I'll say a few words since I'm from Salinas.
Yeah.
The salad bowl capital of the world.
Jeez.
But I think that obviously Sister Chavez has contributed so much. I really appreciate Mr. McKeever's comments about it was more than just Chavez. It was a movement It was the UFW, it was Dolores Huerta, it was Filipino farm workers, and it was communities throughout Central California, Salinas, Watsonville. I believe somebody told me the other day that Mrs. Medina's from Watsonville. So just Central Coast in the house. But I appreciate that. I think that it's really important. The farm worker movement was the civil rights movement really of the 70s and specifically here in California. But that struggle continues, la lucha sigue. And so the work that we're doing here at the board and throughout the district, when we talk about enrollment, when we talk about transfer and completion and making sure that we're meeting students where they are, it's really in the spirit of what Cesar and so many people around him are trying to do and providing opportunity and better lives for people that need it the most.
Thank you so much. Trustee Bona?
Yes, so since Trustee Hernandez is claiming that Mr. Chavez was from the Central
He's from
California, we also have to remember the organizing that occurred in Boyle Heights and in East Los Angeles, Community Service Organization, and the urban and a lot of the urban, you wouldn't have, I think, a lot of the, let's say, renewal in organizing, specifically SCIU and a lot of the unions without that early organizing of the farm workers. But I just wanted to make clear the importance of Los Angeles to the farm workers.
Thank you so much, Trustee Bona.
As we all claim Cesar.
Yes, no, it's definitely very important. Without any further discussion, roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Wellna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno absent, trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Vettis absent.
Okay, motion passes. Can I have a motion and a second on item F5, resolution to rescind LACCD's COVID-19 emergency plans adopted by the Board of Trustees on March 18, 2020. So moved by Trustee Wellna, second.
Second.
Second by Vice President Henderson. Any discussion?
Move it fast.
Okay, I just wanted, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank my colleagues, thank the administration, thank our faculty, our staff, our students, our employees, AFT 1521A, SCIU 99, Teamsters, the trades, every single one of you, ESC. I know we have a lot to do. We're going through all sorts of stuff. We're going to do negotiation. I get it. But what's important is that we stood strong together. We continue to service our students, our college presidents, all of you, staff, Lupe, Crystal, just thank you for the bottom of my heart for being patient with us. It was a rough time, but we got through it as a family, and we will continue to get through. So when hopefully never we get to do this ever again, but if there was ever a time, I want to say this board, this district, thank you, Chancellor, so much. We'll be ready to take on whatever we need to do. So that's my comments. So without any further discussion, Trustee Bona.
I do have one comment. And I think it's important to acknowledge it was under Trustee Hoffman's presidency.
Yeah, that's right.
It was let's see, well, Trustee Vela, Vettis, Hoffman, and I were on the board. And it was, I think, balancing the direction that we would take during, I think it was the March, then April, kind of board meetings, special board meetings, was complicated. So we made good decisions. Hopefully history will say that, but it's important to acknowledge the leadership of Trustee Hoffman. And I was about to say, a chancellor and the administrative and the staff who helped guide through policies during that time period. All of the presidents, our labor unions who all bargained in good faith, worked in good faith. Our students who a significant amount suffered, let's be very clear, did suffer. We gave a lot of laptops away. But there will be consequences for generations. So we don't know what those will be. You know, I just, as much as I want to pass this ASAP, it is important to acknowledge a lot of that work that occurred during that.
Oh, I appreciate it. Trustee Callahan, anything?
Yeah, I'll just say that kind of echoing the last piece from Trustee Warner, we really won't know the effects, the true effects, what COVID really did to us until like, I don't know, 5 years from now, once people are done, well, not done, but publish a lot more of the data and research done on the effects of COVID. But it's just, it's weird because I came into college right as the pandemic started, so it wasn't really too alienating at the time for me personally as far as how I approached academia. But I can see how it affected a lot of other students and a lot of their success outcomes. But it's still interesting, especially to see how after this event has happened, how is education as a whole going to change? But you know, those are things that we'll find out and we'll address as the time comes. So looking forward to those times. And, wishing everyone well as those times come. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Callahan. Definitely just a lot of rebuilding, and you know, I have to say that it is something that we're all, I think, equipped to do and move forward. And again, the chancellor will touch upon this in his report a little further. Without hearing any further discussion, let's go ahead and do roll call.
Student trustee Callahan has advisory vote.
Yes, yes, yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez. Yes. Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno absent, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis. Not present.
Okay, motion passes. All right, now we save the best for the last. It's the report from the chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Vela. Good afternoon. We're going to start this. It's wonderful to be here. Just a reflection on the set of resolutions that the board passed and to weave that into the chancellor's monthly report, something that we put together for our community, for you all, for the members of the board and our public. If you look at what this board meeting is and look at our agenda, it is a set of public actions that reflect the interests, the values of this organization and how we invest the public's money to fulfill our mission, provide a high quality and affordable education to all. If you look at the resolutions that passed and then the monthly report, they are demonstrations of the leadership of this board. They are the demonstrations of the implementation of the board's goals, the interests of the accreditation standards as it manifests itself throughout this organization. That's what essentially our public meeting is. Conduct our business in public. So when we talk about the condemnation of hate crimes, we talk about uplifting women and our women leaders and all those who have made it possible for us to be here in this room throughout our organization to nurture our souls, our minds, our spirits. We talk about thinking about when we open our refrigerators or go to the luxury of going to a supermarket and buying food, somebody picked that food. The legacy of Cesar Chavez continues today. There are still farm workers this minute toiling in the rain so that we can eat. But when we look at our resolutions that ends this particular crisis called pandemic, formally, governor's proclamation with our proclamation, it took 3 years. And I can recall, we didn't know how long this would take. We recall we thought it would be a few months. We did. And we did that action in this room thinking this will pass, but it took 3 years. So along with the board president Vela, this board of trustees, it is fitting that we pass a resolution and give thanks and recognition to all of you and to the leadership of this board and the leadership of the board presidents and trustees that empowered us to navigate through a once in a lifetime experience. And during that time, we kept our doors open. We closed only 4 days. With the support of our unions, we moved spring break. We moved our calendar and we closed. And then during that time, got into the professional development of transitioning almost 10,000 courses to an online format. There's a handful of hard to convert, but for the most part, every course was made online and then ultimately hybrid. We were 80-20 before the pandemic in terms of in-person to online, and now we're about 50-50. Now we're trying to move slowly back to a more in-person environment. So it is befitting, and the cover letter of this monthly does point out and give thanks to all of you, all of us in this district, navigated successfully, didn't lay off a single employee. We did not reduce health benefits for anyone. And we kept our classes available to our students. I think that deserves some reflection, some recognition, and really a manifestation of what we value. I'm very proud of that. I'm looking forward to what's post-pandemic, whatever that might look like. If there's one thing that Board President Vela, members of the board, and colleagues that we're now very used to, is navigating ambiguity. That's not something anyone and all can do successfully, but we have proven that indeed we can. So again, thank you to the members of this board for your trust, your confidence, and providing us the tools for us to navigate this successfully. Members who are here, colleagues, will you help me thank our Board of Trustees for their confidence in us in navigating this pandemic? Thank you. Thank you. So, all right, so let's now get on with some of our business. And again, our board meeting is a reflection of what we value. So here's what we got in store today, the monthly newsletter. Please look at it. It's a lot of beautifully articulated words from our college presidents of what we actually do to celebrate women's history, to uplift our students, to invest in our partnerships that we have in the community, the advocacy that we are engaged in both in Sacramento, locally, and in Washington, D.C. to ensure that our budget is indeed a reflection of our priorities, to ensure that we have the fiscal resources to continue this large educational machine that we call LACCD, and again, to provide the highest quality education that we can to those who indeed need it the most. So as we move on to the next part of this, next slide here, this is Women's History Month. Again, this is an opportunity for us to provide emphasis on the women leaders of this organization, of this Board of Trustees, our faculty, staff, all who uplift and support and provide leadership in fulfilling our mission here at the district. So I wanted to ensure that we took a moment of emphasis and to also underscore our enduring respect and admiration for our women leaders all around us, and particularly in this district. If we can move on to the next couple of slides here. The next slide is Chancellor Hoffman. Chancellor Hoffman, all right.
Okay.
Trustee Hoffman. Ah, that has a good ring to it. Are you going to the state office?
Oh, it was a Freudian slip there, huh?
No, there you are. Sonia Christian was named last week, and I appreciate several members of our community being there. Dr. Burke representing our district, Trustee Hoffman there as well, representing us, and others around the state of California who are celebrating and really giving support to the current chancellor of the Kern Community College District, Sonia Christian, for her leadership. And you can say she's the first woman permanent chancellor. I think it's befitting as we begin Women's History Month that we mentioned that, and the first South Asian woman to lead our district. And so those are pretty good laurels and accolades for our system office. So she will now be at the helm, the 116 community college, 1.8 million student system of state of California. So we welcome her. We congratulate her, and we look forward to working with her. I did have the opportunity to speak with her as she was being ready to be appointed. And of course, she's looking very much towards working with us and moving and advancing our mutual interests and our agenda forward. Congratulations. Dr. Christian, she begins her role on the 1st. Before I turn it to Dr. Albo Lopez, I wanted to mention to the board two things. And one is that at your desk, there is a book called When the Light Goes On. And the reason that this is made available to you by our executive director of our district foundation, Kelly King, is that these are stories containing of struggle, of perseverance, student stories of hope, of resilience, and ultimately success. And these are stories captured by education professor Mike Rose at UCLA. These are stories of LA Community College District students. While they're not named specifically like that, their journey you will find very familiar. Their paths forward you will find very, very comforting, troubling, but also a sharp reminder as to the leadership and governance work that you do and why it matters. Why the transformative power of education indeed endures, and why we're called to these special positions, responsibility and obligation to ensure that the least capable among us in some ways from a resource standpoint are afforded the highest quality education. So I thank Kelly King for these books and Professor Mike Rose, to his credit and before his untimely death, he set up a scholarship, an endowed scholarship at Los Angeles Trade Technical College, and left significant resources towards that particular effort as an enduring memory of him and his family, and perhaps most towards the promise of students at LA Trade, including throughout our district. So we thank Professor Rose for his generous gift, and we remember him on this day that his book being published about the stories of our particular students. So with that, I also want to sort of switch gears here, and we talked about the really important role that we played in navigating this particular pandemic. And I wanted to point out that Dr. Melinda Nish. Dr. Nish, I really wanted to thank you. You, who I turn to lead the EOC, to lead the colleges, to braid the resources, to really drive our policies on masking and vaccine and our supports, our testing. So I just want to take a moment to thank you, because that was a job I don't know if anyone else could have done. So will you join me in thanking Dr. Melinda Nish? Thank you. And I know you don't like those kinds of public accolades, but I did it anyway. You deserve it. You deserve it. Thank you. All right, let's move on now. Dr. Alba Lopez, I'm going to give you the floor, and you've got two very important presentations to make to round out this report. Some the board got a little bit of a preview on as it relates to accreditation. And the second is we're going to dive in to FTES and our SCIF and to where we're at with respect to our enrollments, our enrollment gains, and how much more we need to go. So Dr. Alba Lopez, please welcome, and the floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon, President Vela and trustees and chancellor. I'm really excited. This week we've had the kickoff to our 2-week accreditation in-person visits for all of our colleges. This particular presentation has been postponed, so there's a little bit of an overlap, but we'll have a follow-up once all of our visits have been concluded. But we wanted to give you an overview after our colleges had received their core inquiries. Each of our colleges put together an ICER, and an ICER is essentially an institutional self-evaluation report. And
I'm sorry, Dr. Lopez. Can you put the microphone a little bit more to, yes, just want to make sure. Yeah.
Is that better?
That's better, yeah.
Okay. So the college ICERs are documents that are put together and in response to the standards that are set forth by our accrediting agency. They include multiple pieces of evidence, and they basically tell the story of how the institutions meet their obligations for accreditation. In each ICER, there's information about the college itself, there's data, there's an outline of how the institution functions in and of itself and is also as part of the district. There's a component that basically outlines how we comply with our federal regulations, and then we analyze how we work as an organization. In the fall semester, we had virtual site visits for each of our colleges. And I just want to say that in the lower corner, you can see that we had 33 total core inquiries. In 2016, and this is a different cycle now, we had 144 areas of question. So to go from 144 areas of inquiry down to 33 is a great thing.
Sure.
Under this new system, we are looking at a formative and summative evaluation. And it's just a different way of doing business. However, it still ensures that we are meeting our standards. So in this particular grid, you can kind of see each college had a series of inquiries. And mind you, those inquiries can be just for further information, or they could be to have a better understanding of something that the team felt was commendable for the organization. So they're not necessarily negative. For East LA College, their inquiries were related to understanding how data was used to inform decision-making. They had some inquiry in regard to the implementation of evaluations, which we all know was a concern during the pandemic. There was a commendation, or we assume will lead to a commendation about their ending balance. And then there were just some questions about distance education for them as a whole. And that's a compliance component that is very commonly observed during these visits. For Los Angeles City College, and I believe they have their visit today, they had a question in regard to understanding the implementation of their evaluation and planning for the college, and then also with evaluations. Los Angeles Harbor College had some questions in regard to how their processes work for evaluating their policies and procedures at the local level. There was also a concern in regard to how they utilize their learning outcomes to improve their programs and practices. And they were also commended for their CHAMPS program, which has to do with their student athletes. They also had some questions in regard to their resources. And at the end of the day, they were also looking for some corrective action plans from some audits. And again, that's a very common thing that we see during this process. Los Angeles Mission College, again, the audits. There was a question in regard to their practice for their planning and integrated planning. That looks like it'll probably lead to a commendation. As mentioned previously by President Aguiar, Pierce had 0 court inquiries, and to our knowledge, that's the
Let's
first
go
in
ahead
the
and skip that.
states. Southwest College, there was an inquiry in regard to learning a little bit more about how the college uses data to enhance its institutional effectiveness and planning. Trade Tech had some questions in regard to their dual enrollment program and how they sustained that during the pandemic, in addition to their current technical education programming. There were some questions on their institutional planning, their guided pathways model, and they had some questions on how the shared governance works at the institution, given a handbook that I believe was being drafted at the time of the report. Los Angeles Valley College had some questions in regard to their viability review process and how it integrated things across the campus community. And then they also had an inquiry in regard how assessment, evaluation, and achievement are communicated to the public. So as you can see, these are a wide range of inquiries that come from a team of peer evaluators from sister institutions across the state of California and the other areas in which ACCJC serves. West had some questions in regard to how they provide information and share their documents to non-native English speakers in their community. And they also had some questions in regarding how to ensure that what they read and what they saw in the report was actually accurate. And we'll see that in some of our team visits. They'll want to kind of make sure that what we say we do is what we're doing. In regard to the district itself, there was a question in regard to how we conduct our board orientations for new board members. They wanted to seek additional information on how we do our resource allocation and reallocation model to ensure colleges have the fiscal resources they need to work effectively. And then they were very interested in our framework for racial equity and social justice. Just
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
What was it again? So, I get with regard to the team seeks to better understand how the district determines resource allocation adequate to support effective operation. What's found there, or that's a big one.
Sure. So they wanted to better understand how we look at our allocation model, how often we evaluate that allocation model, who's involved in those conversations, and that we have a process to ensure that our colleges have the resources that they need. So they'll be meeting with us on Friday, the March 10th, and meeting with folks from our executive committee for the budget.
I was just going to say, we're in the process now of looking at the allocation model because we've been discussing it a little bit at the budget committee meeting, right? At some point, does that committee need to be involved, or do we need to, will trustees be speaking to the team on this, or how is that going to be handled?
We just met with our team chair this morning and finalized the schedule, so we'll be sending invites to folks for that meeting on Friday. So that folks from the ECDBC and DBC will be invited.
I think is there a slide that has one for the board?
These are the core inquiries that we received.
No, is there a slide with regard to an analysis of the board? Of any concerns with regard to the board?
There were no concerns raised or inquiries related to the board directly.
Okay. Right, except for the orientation. So with regard to here, and Chancellor, there's a question for you. Thank you for addressing this. So from a board perspective, so I happened to look at that and I was waiting for kind of a broader district. What was your intent with regard to taking these recommendations and then informing the board with regard to an actual action plan on making this happen? Because can you make it bigger? Sorry, I'm a little blind. Okay. The team seeks to better understand how the district determines resource allocation and reallocation. I think there's a grammar, is adequate to support effective operation across the district. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, I know you said that on Friday you have a meeting.
It will be coming up on the March 10th.
Oh, March 10th. Okay. So I'm having a difficult time understanding why they would make such a broad statement. And what that means for the board and because I know people keep saying that we're just a policy board. No, actually we're a policy and governance board and government oversight board. So what were some of the concerns? I mean, and this is a good reason of why these meetings are taped, so that we are asking these questions so that we know what risk is, because right now I kind of caught onto it and asked, but in the absence of asking, we wouldn't have been told of those follow-up meetings.
Perhaps I can help. The ACCJC has a full set of accreditation standards. I think it's about 128. Number might be a little off. And they're governed and coupled under 4 broad specific areas. One is financial resources, and where it determines over a series of questions and standards where the financial health of the organization. Others deal with instructional quality, facilities, and standard 4 deals with governance, and that's the specific area that deals with boards and board roles, board governance, delineation of responsibilities and duties, et cetera. So we have to submit a report that we pass through the ISS in response to all the standards. And our sections, as it relates to district-wide support, is embedded into each of the college's responses. And then a team of peers looks at those responses and extracts the areas that they want to have further investigated. If they don't ask the questions in their review, we have satisfied the standard. We've met the standard. These are the 4 areas that as it relates to.
Three.
Okay, okay, that's that fourth dot. Okay, it's confused me. Three areas.
Three only.
Three areas that they wanted further inquiry on, or core inquiry. And so that's what we are responding to. It doesn't preclude them from asking other questions and whatnot, but in this particular case, they wanted to get a better sense of our resource allocation model that is under the purview of our district budget council. And it is something that we bring back to our budget committee that the trustee Hoffman chairs. So that is where we vet, support, and look at, and ultimately ask the board for support. So they were interested in how because providing adequate resources in a multi-college district is part of meeting the standard. But there isn't a college in a multi-college environment that is not afforded formulaically the kind of support that they need to run their operation. So that's where that inquiry comes from. We're prepared to address that matter. We have members of the DBC who are being interviewed. Of course, Ms. Gordon and her team, and members of, is it the executive committee of DBC
Correct.
as well? So we'll have plenty of voices on that.
Here's my concern. So key word here is I see adequate to support effective across the district. So, and I know, Trustee Hoffman is the head of the budget, but these are, I think it might be, just my suggestion to leadership, it might be a good idea to have that discussion in public with some charts up there to say what is the issue, right? Because some might say, well, some of our bathrooms not being clean is based on the reallocation to support effective operation across the district. So it's a big macro question written in a way, kind of knowing some of these government entities, well, we are one too, but that are meant to say something else. And while I understand what you're saying, Chancellor, I think we are an oversight board. And I think I do have a concern with regard to specifically why, and is our response a good one in order to adequately support effective operations across the district? Because if they're bringing it up and we're not asking for a specific answer reform, then, and I have another question about number 3, but President Vela, I saw that Trustee Hoffman had her hand up, and it might be about this one, but I also have a question about number 3 as well.
Well, look, this is fine. We can go over it. We just have 3. We can discuss it now. I don't see a problem with it. Trustee Hoffman?
Yeah, I could just guess that my question about the core inquiry into the allocation model is if we're in the process of looking, we may or may not change the allocation model, is my understanding. Right, so if it's in the process of review, are they just looking at what is the process? Or are they actually looking at what is the allocation, and are we meeting all those needs? So I think those are two very different kinds of questions. And if we're actually in the process of changing the allocation model, I don't know how that, and the board hasn't had an opportunity to review it or approve it or not approve it. I don't know how all that plays into accreditation.
Sure. So in 2019 was the last time the board approved the model, and we have a 3-year cycle for review, and we're within that cycle now. And so based on my understanding and the conversations with the team chair, they wanted to ensure that we have a process and that we follow the process. Okay. And so those were the documents that we've submitted for their review, and we'll have the follow-up conversation when they come.
Right, that was my question, just that we have a process and we follow the process, not what is actually the process. Okay, thank you.
When is at what meeting are we going to discuss the new model?
I don't know yet, because they haven't, the committees haven't come back to us yet.
Okay, all right. Now, the question with regard to the team would like to learn about the process development and what follow-up has occurred from the release of the district's framework for racial equity and social justice. What specifically was their concern?
I don't believe it's a concern in this particular area. They're very curious as to our commitment and dedication as an organization to racial equity and social justice, and want to see what has occurred within the district since we developed that framework.
And what was our answer?
So there's a multitude of things that we've done. Our resolutions are an example, hiring the social justice fellow that works for the chancellor, a lot of
my committee.
Yes. LGBTQ, just the expansion of the work that we've done with the board leadership and at the college level since this framework was developed. And we're also analyzing the framework. We have a project with IEPI in which we're developing an equity dashboard so that campuses can drill down to their data and identify disproportionate impact and be able to really target their efforts to support students.
If I may add that, Dr. Bono, thank you for the question. Dr. Regina Smith is here, and part of our work over the next several months will be to put together a report card of sorts to see how we've done. We declared that through the support of this board in July of 2020, of 9 kind of specific action areas that we would be working towards in developing our organization in the areas that were expressed and towards becoming an anti-racist organization. So we will take account for how we've done in each of those areas and where we need to continue to shore up.
Yeah.
The last thing
Just wanted to briefly also mention that, would we be able to use today's board goals that we approved to submit to them?
Yes, we may.
I know one,
further evidence, yeah.
number 1, and then number 3 also we're addressing.
Sure, we can submit that.
Yeah, and it's just further evidence. The last thing I'd mention is that I'm not foreshadowing anything because I don't know. Sometimes they ask for core inquiries because they actually want to give a district a commendation. And I know that this framework has been used. I've shared it nationally, and others have used it as a beginning place for district-wide dialogue and for campus-based discussion and language as to how you activate an equity and justice agenda on a particular campus. So proud of that. The different institutions have used it and put their own fingerprints on it, but we've been asked to share that broadly and of course presented in a variety of locations about the framework that the board endorsed in July of 2020. So we'll see where that emerges, but it's also an opportunity to elevate our DIA work.
But I do want to say, I do appreciate Trustee Buona's questions, because what Trustee Buona really is saying is, and thanks to you guys, you're, putting the solutions together for them, but to run them by the board, understanding so that the board knows what we're actually letting them know, and the chancellor's letting them know what we're doing to satisfy this is very important, so that the board is privy to it. So
Just to cap that, because ultimately we are responsible for the entity. So this is why these are material items to be brought up.
You could move on.
Okay, thank you. All right, so all of our colleges are undergoing their visits this week and next week. There'll be a commission meeting then where the commission will take action on our accreditation status for each of our institutions in June. And I just wanted to give a little update of where we are in the process. Pierce and Valley have concluded. West LA finishes, I believe, today. City may be finishing today, and then we'll still have Mission, Southwest, Trade, Harbor, East, and then we'll conclude at the district office on March 10th.
I have one question. I know I'm going to be here for the visit here at the district on March 10th because I'm board president, but can any of the board members come if they would like to stop by?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So you are all invited, just FYI, if you want to join me.
I would like to just quickly state that at this point, the draft is that we would begin at 9 a.m. and be finished by noon. I'm still waiting for confirmation from our team chair.
Yeah, I just have a question about the number of members from the team, because isn't it kind of a changed process now? I know it was drastically reduced, right?
We have a total of 4. Our team chair is coming, and then we have 3 additional subject matter experts, 1 for budget, 1 for the board orientation question, and then 1 for the DEI work. And that's it.
Who's our team chair?
Mike Claire.
Who?
Mike Claire.
Okay.
The current chancellor of San Mateo Community College District, and he visited our board virtually way back in July.
remember that.
Remember when we did our board goals setting
All right.
or mid-year retreat, excuse me.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Crystal
Yeah,
will
part 2 to this.
put up part 2
Finish
for
that.
us. The fun part for the day. We've been discussing enrollment, our funding challenges with our student-centered funding formula and what may happen at the end of hold harmless. And so we've put together some data set to go over the components of the student-centered funding formula in addition to FTS that generate the revenue. In the past, our revenue simply came off of FTS, and now it's a combination that is between our supplemental component and our success component. So it's really the quality education that we provide versus just having students in seats. So when you look at this particular slide, you'll see on the, can't tell if it's my right or left, there are the top two are our credit FTS and our FTS actual, and those read off of the access that are about the 100,000 FTS mark. And our non-credit enhanced, and our K-12 FTS are on the other axis. And the reason that we had to present it this way is because there's such a disparity in between how many FTS we generate in non-credit and with our special populations versus our regular credit FTS. We provided historical analysis and data for you. As you can see, beginning in 2014-15, we had a total FTS of approximately 104,600, and today we're at about 74,229. We broke this down so that you can look at it by FTS type, our totals, and then credit. And then we also have FTS that falls under non-credit, which we call regular, and FTS non-credit enhanced. And enhanced brings in additional funding to us in the student-centered funding formula. So you can see our numbers here have changed, and we are seeing.
What's an example of the enhanced?
An enhanced non-credit would be a non-credit course that's part of a non-credit certificate. So with vocational education, non-credit ESL.
Oh.
We also have a special population of students that we serve that are in our incarcerated areas, and during COVID that kind of took a dip in the spike, given our ability to be able to go into the facilities. And then we also have our K-12 students, or dual enrollment, or special admit students. And you can see kind of the trends in the generation of FTES between 2017 and 2018. And we're starting to see an increase in that area. You can see here that we have two institutions primarily working with our incarcerated students. We have Mission College and East. And the FTS in those areas, as I mentioned, take kind of a ebb and flow depending on our ability to be able to go into locations and serve students. And at the bottom chart is our dual enrollment, our special admit students. And you can see that proportional to the declines that we're seeing overall in the K-12 system, we've seen a decline in our ability to serve those students. However, we are seeing an upward trend that I'll go over a little bit later. In regard to our non-credit enhanced, you can see that it's depending on the campus and the volume of students that they serve, we'll see kind of the ebbs and flows there. And then our regular non-credit. Given the changes in the student-centered funding formula, we've seen an increase in the efforts to schedule our enhanced courses in non-credit, given the additional revenue that they generate. And then here's a top chart that goes over our credit FTS. And in this particular one, it's a little difficult to read. On the right-hand axis, you'll see higher numbers, and that is because East LA College, it would create a very difficult chart for you to read. So you would read East LA's off the right-hand axis with the blue dotted lines, and the other colleges are off the left-hand axis. And then you can see our total FTS over time between 2017 and 2022. In regard to the student-centered funding formula, we have success metrics that we look at, and that is the award of an associate degree in transfer, an associate degree in general, certificates, transfer to four-year universities, completion and transfer level math and English. And then we also have one college currently that's offering the bachelor's degrees. So we look at those metrics. And those are each payment points that we receive for student success. Another metric that we have are if our students take and complete 9 CTE units in 1 year, as well as where they're at in meeting their livable wage. And you can see these are actually proportional. Most of these numbers are proportional to enrollment. So it's not necessarily that they've declined in and of themselves. They've declined because our overall student population has declined. So we broke this down by college for you, so you can take a look at associate degrees and transfer, just our general associate degrees, our credit certificates, and then our transfer math and English. And it's important to note that when you're looking at the associate degrees and transfer, the regular degrees, and our credit certificates, we are only awarded for the highest credential that the student earns in that particular academic year. So if they were, say, earned a certificate and a degree, we only able to count them once, and we count them at the degree level if they earned the degree. You can see that we've had some pretty interesting increases in our transfer rates, which is really good. We've had a little bit of a decline in our CTE units, but with the economy being what it is, that's been something that we're seeing statewide and regionally. The living wage actually is a comparable to what it was if you look at the overall student population declines. And then kudos to West as they've increased the production of the bachelor's degrees in dental hygiene at their institution. So we just wanted to also go over what is called supplemental in the student-centered funding formula. And that is being able to work with our students that are AB 540, students that are Pell eligible and actually receive Pell, and students that receive the fee waiver from the state. And so each student that meets one of these metrics, if you combine it with our other metrics, we increase the revenue that we generate for that particular student. So this is a very important metric. This is also representative of the fact that we serve many students that are in a lower socioeconomic status, and this additional funding helps them as they are engaged in educational opportunities with us. So we kind of broke it down by school. And just so you know, this is data that we send out to the colleges on a monthly basis as well for tracking purposes. So we just wanted to give you some general projections. It's really difficult to project at this point, given things have changed drastically post-pandemic. But we've done our best to take a look at these metrics over time, and to also look at the rates of success. And we went ahead and put together what we're going to call restoration scenarios if we were able to bring back our enrollment at 2%, 3%, and 5%, and then proportionally look at those factors that I described in the funding formula to guide and get a sense of where we would be in the next few years. So this is just overall FTES. In this particular model, we kept our dual enrollment FTES at 5% across all of the models I'm going to show you, because that's the trend that we're seeing, and there's adequate student population coming out of LAUSD through 26, 27 for us to maintain that 5% growth target. So in this particular model, you can see the green is our 5% projection, and we would anticipate that if we grew 5% overall, or restored 5% overall, it would be about 93,809 FTS. At 3%, we would be at about 86,000, and at 2%, we would be at 82,600. If we took a metric and looked at our ADTs, you can see that that particular metric, we've done an excellent job with our institutions in adopting them, and we are enrolling students in them, and they're transferring at a decent rate. So you can see that those numbers would also increase. And then we wanted to take a look at our math and English completion rates as well, given challenges with AB 705 and 1705. Getting students through math and English sequence in their first year is very important. It's also a payment point in this metric. And so we wanted to take a look at that and project where we might be given the growth factors. And then also the opportunity to increase the number of students that are receiving Pell Grants in our district. That's there are a number of students that are eligible that are actually accessing those Pell Grants. And so that's an avenue that we're looking at exploring to increase. And then we'll also increase our revenue as a district if those students are identified. We did take a look at overall numbers for high school enrollment in LA County because we wanted to ensure that we would be able to sustain that 5% growth rate. So we just wanted to illustrate over the next many years what we think the K-12 population will look like coming out of our high schools. This is our districts that are in our surrounding service area. And then I'm going to go ahead and ask Vice Chancellor Gordon's team to come up and talk a little bit about how revenue is impacted given these projections that we put forward.
Oh, no, I'm going to call Deborah. Good afternoon. In order for us to come up with some information concerning the dollars associated with these projections, we're doing it on a red, yellow, green, worst case, best case, middle case. And we need this information in order to come up with the dollars that we're going to have. Fortunately for us right now, being in hold harmless, we don't have any issues until we get into the out years. And if these goals are met, will make a difference on where we are in the 25, 26, 26, 27 year, as whether we're earning money or we're getting money. And none of this is growth. This is all restoration. And I think the 5% is a little aggressive, but we did the projections based on that to see where we would be. And I'm going to have our director of budget come up and give you the information because this is so much detail that I think she would be better able to try to help you understand, because it is very difficult to understand how we do this. It's even more difficult than our allocation model. And I think that's why the ACCJC is asking, because they don't understand our model, but we've had this model for years. And so far it's been working. And right now, like they said, we're in the midst of reviewing it and trying to determine if there are any changes that need to be made or not. And trying to make sure we keep it as equitable as possible for all of our 9 colleges. So I'm going to introduce Ms. Deborah Latier, who is our Director of Budget and Management Analysis, who knows all these numbers backwards and forward.
Hi, thank you. So the 3 slides in front of you, like Ms. Gordon says, reflects the projections of based on EPI of the red, yellow, green scenarios. The first scenario before you is the 2%, and the very top schedule or box reflects taking those numbers, putting it through our models and see what is the impact on revenue and the impact to our ending balance. So at a 2% enrollment growth, you can see the impact. The very bottom percent is the ending balance. Currently, we're projecting an ending balance of 167 million, which equals a 20%. And using the revenue projections, we just extrapolate out what the ending balance would be. The bottom box illustrates our current district hold harmless and the upcoming floor. And it takes the data that we have today and it calculates out, essentially, we are projecting that at the end of the hold harmless period, our district will be held to a floor of $805 million. So the very bottom box, very bottom line, illustrates how much our district is earning less
than what we are receiving. In other words, the hold harmless is an amount we are receiving from the state, but our SIF model is not earning. That makes sense. A couple takeaways that I want to, instead of going through these numbers, it's very detailed. I want to just give you a little takeaways. And the first takeaway is that our hold harmless today is projected to be 24,827,000. Our hold harmless is going to increase over the next few years, and that is due to the laws of averaging. We are losing the higher FTS is being replaced by a lower FTS. We are not losing revenue. We are just going to be borrowing more. We were going to be in a heavier hold harmless. But as our FTS averages roll through, we will eventually earn our way out of hold harmless. Second takeaway here is if you look at in all three of these scenarios, the very first year of the hold harmless, fiscal year 25-26, in all of these scenarios, we still will earn less than what we receive. We will be in hold harmless the first year out of the floor. And what that means is the first year out of hold harmless in any year, in the floor scenario, no additional revenue is coming into our district from the state. Now, our state is 85% of our revenue, state apportionment in terms of unrestricted. All three of these scenarios show the better we do in FTS, the sooner we get out of this hold harmless situation, or we earn more than our floor, because we need to earn more than our floor in order to receive additional revenues. The notion, the third thing I wanted to take away is there is not a fiscal cliff necessarily anymore. It's now, we could be called, it's a revenue freeze, where you still get the revenue, you still will get $805 million of revenue. You're not going to get it anymore, but your expenses are going to still escalate. And what happens is you eat into ending balances if other things are not adjusted as well. So those were the three takeaways. There's a lot of data, and it's only as good as what we can project today, because we can't assume that in the 28-29 year, we might get extra funding from the state. This is just looking at status quo today and where we will be. So that's.
We'll have questions at the end.
Just,
Let's have, if you don't mind, only because we're running out of time, if we could just finish the presentation and then we'll do questions.
So
Thank you.
I do believe that.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
I think it was questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So there is a red, yellow, and green scenario in there, and we'll provide you with information for your review. Essentially, as Mr. Tur stated, as we grow, we have the opportunity to restore, and then at some point increase the revenue that we would bring into the district on all three of those models, beginning, I believe, in 27, 28.
Okay. Thank you. Great presentation. Very good presentation. Trustee Hernandez and then Trustee Bona.
yes, I just had a clarifying question. If you go to the last slide. So, so basically we're earning our way out of hold harmless according to the 2% reduction by 2027.
Well, 27, 28, we will earn our way out of hold harmless, and we will get a partial hold up in 27, 28.
And the 2% is based on our like work. Or is that more like
This is
likely?
This is where I, at this point in time, given the data that I have, believe we will be. This is where I believe we will be.
We could come back. Trustee Bona.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Let me just say this presentation right here is probably I'm not gonna say more important, but it just has an effect for the next 5 years. I'm gonna say something. I don't get it. What I don't get is I'm not looking for an explanation from anyone here. It's I believe, and this is my request, and I know this goes through budget, but this affects the entire district, is it would be good to have a graphical representation of the scenarios, in terms of us clearly understanding how each scenario affects where we're going to be. You know, especially the scenario, you know, we may get an additional state allocation, right? Because, you know, everyone is fond of saying, there's always dire and it never occurs, or it never will occur, right? We haven't had a pandemic for 100 years, so it won't occur, right? So my biggest concern, I guess, Chancellor and leadership, is that, and for the budget committee, is there a way that we could get a presentation on this a little more user friendly, so that we completely understand? Because understanding here is very key. Right here, you've just given us notice, right? Slides are up. Not you guys. You guys are extremely nice, very professional, great slide. But this falls under notice. I told you, thus you now should know. This doesn't fall under understanding. Maybe it's just me on the board. So if we're going to understand, because this leads to all kinds of decisions, and I won't bullet point them, but a lot of us know a lot of what those decisions are. That's what I would request.
And if piggyback on that, I agree completely. I think hard for me to have questions because I don't quite understand what all these numbers are. If we could get like a walkthrough of what this means financially. I mean, I see this negative in 2025 of 56 million, and that doesn't seem good to me, but it sounds like what you're saying is that it's a little bit more complicated and nuanced than that. So if we could get just maybe a follow-up of just like walking through, what does this mean financially for the district? These are our projections. What does that mean in terms of our allocation model, our budget? What does this mean in terms of
So can I suggest something? Maybe we could do a committee of the whole for you guys to go through red, green, and yellow. And then, one of the interesting pieces, and then obviously Trustee Hoffman, we want to make sure you are reviewing what we're presented as well. I did want to say that this is just kind of a anecdote here. The board has been very active in trying to alleviate some of these, worst case scenarios. And one of the things that we've done, and was a little bit controversial, but our presidents have been out there meeting. We just mentioned the Dr. Culpepper meeting with the City Council of Gardena, not Glendale. But they're also meeting with our school districts. And the reason that, as Ledge Chair last year, I was championing that was because I, as a previous board member in Montebello Unified, Montebello, which is not responding to us about working together on articulation and making sure that they're on track to make sure their students continue to enroll. I'm concerned about LAUSD. They're the juggernaut, and we all hear of the LA Times articles and stories where they're not even, they're suffering from their students not coming back at the same level. So that affects us. And so and I really thank you for the feeder district slide, because on dual enrollment, because that is really important. And I see there's a growth pattern to it as well. So, that's somewhere where I know we can find some relief. And then second of all, I want to thank the board for going to Sacramento, because we were able to advocate with Nicole Murillo from the governor's office, so that, the hold harmless piece of this doesn't come, as draconian as it could, and ensuring that K-14 as a whole, and really higher ed with us, is left a little bit more wiggle room. I just wanted, because it's important for all of us to know that the board is currently kind of working, through their committees to alleviate, or at least, we're now communicating to you that, through the chancellor, that we're doing some of this as well. So Any more comments? Yes, trustee Huffman.
Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. We had a smaller presentation in the budget committee meeting where I thought I had a good handle and really, I think we all sort of understood what we were looking at in terms of the hold harmless, what our revenues are and what our expenditures are and how we were using, we still had her funds. And so we were sort of in good shape, but now I'm just completely confused. So what's the difference between the top box and the bottom box? The bottom box, all those numbers look more familiar to me than the ones on the top.
The bottom box just shows how much we are revenue that we are receiving from the state under the SCIF model versus the amount we are earning.
Okay.
And the difference between those two, if negative, that's what's considered our hold harmless.
Right.
We will always get 1805. And as the negatives go away, we don't necessarily have to be worried. We're receiving that revenue in the hold harmless revenue.
Right.
The concern is that you will stop receiving COLA on that in 25, 26. The top box just merely takes the projections, figuring out the impact to our district ending balance based on that reduced revenue. And they're two different boxes. They don't correlate necessarily. There is some connection, but it was just two different illustrations, two ways to look at our numbers.
Okay. And then you're making assumptions.
Of
like,
course, there's
of the
assumptions throughout.
2%,
and
the
as you get
5%,
in the out years, they become less reliable, less.
Okay. And I would like to also see like the harsh reality of what happens I think we are going to grow, and I feel like, we're going to come back, maybe not to the way it was, but can you also give us like what it looks like if we don't grow? There is no growth. We should look at
Certainly can
it.
do that.
Okay.
I think the red here is the most likely scenario, given everything we know today.
And you're being conservative with that, right?
That's
Okay.
very conservative.
So what I'm gonna do, trustee Vettis, and then what I'd like to do is save our bigger detailed questions for the committee of the whole on your scenarios. But trustee Vettis hasn't had a chance to ask a question. Trustee Vettis?
Thank you. And I'm sure, imagine the committee will get into greater depth here. I think through the years, as I know first of all, there's legislatively, I think every single year that I've been here, what we project and what ends up happening in Sacramento and what ends up happening either through a proposition or through something sort of varies widely. And so I think from the planning process here, I completely understand the factors and the pieces and what we should be aware of. And I think, in a simple fashion, it could be sort of as basic as what is our revenue and what is our expenses as a core function. Now we have a balance that we're carrying over that's been fairly sizable through the years. We've tended to have a projected budget that actually is, I think we tend to always be in actual expenditures smaller than our projected budgets through the years. I think that's been our trend. Maybe 1 or 2 years that hasn't been the case, but principally it's been the case where we've projected more and we've ended with less. But I think as I look through this, there are legislative conversations with hold harmless. There are legislative conversations with the SCIF formula and modifying the SCIF formula. There is actual ongoing pending labor negotiations, which could be substantially impactful to what this equation is. And so those are things that we have to sort of monitor on a regular basis. But I would say that, and I had a chance to be in the Department of Finance meeting in Sacramento. There are clear considerations by the Department of Finance to really consider what inflation is doing for employees. They've stated it as a principal and key area of our conversation points. And I think it'll continue to be a space where, as we look at these assessments, we have to understand that I think the state is put on the table. And I think it is a prerogative for us to understand that, inflation has impacted us in a way of not just delivering service, but way that the sort of experience of being a jobs provider in a workforce space is going to have to confront. I think in past years, sometimes we've tried to make decisions to hold steady, hold still. But with what's on the table, I think what we're hearing back from feedback from the governor's team and the Department of Finance, I think that is going to be part of the assumptions that are going into the construction of the state's budget this year. And the expectation was that will be part of the decision-making process for our local budgets. So I just want to be sure that that's a big part of our conversation as well.
Really appreciate that. And let's go ahead and if you don't mind, close the report. Chancellor, yeah.
To us?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Chancellor, any Trustee Callahan, any comments out there in cyberspace? Okay, okay. Chancellor, do you want to finish your report?
We are done with our report. My thanks to Vice Chancellor Abel Lopez and to Ms. Latier. And thank you for your attention, board. We'll have taken notes and we will send these slides along with the accreditation slides to you as well for your, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's move on to combined consent calendar. Friendly reminder that U8 was pulled from the consent calendar. So board members, we now have for our review the combined consent calendars for items I1 through U10. These items include consent calendars for Human Resources, Personnel Commission, Academic Affairs, Student Services, Budget, and Business and Facilities. Please note that the students trustees vote. Okay, may I have a motion, a second, to adopt the combined consent calendar for I1 through U10? Yes.
When do you take things out before we adopt?
We did from the chancellor earlier, but you can do it right now. So I apologize. I was about to ask right now.
But with Robert's rules, we need a motion and a second to have discussion and pull items for discussion, or how do you want to do that?
Yeah, so let's do, if you want to pull it for separate discussion and vote, you need to identify right now, or else you just want to pull it for discussion. Up to you.
Yeah, I do want to, I have something that I want to pull for discussion. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be pulled out entirely, but I have questions.
Oh, okay, so let's do that after we approve it.
I
Well,
want to
no,
pull
maybe
something out.
But I'm not so sure I want to.
You might want to do a separate vote. Okay, then we'll pull it now. Okay, what is that item?
It's item, I just have questions because there was some public comment about it. It's item J4.
Or noted. Trustee Hernandez,
Item 09.
09, and you might want to do a separate vote, okay?
I just had a question about U5. I don't.
Okay, so J4, 09, and U5. Okay. Any other over here to my right? Trustee Vettis, Juana, Vice President Henderson, any? Okay, so noting that we are pulling for separate discussion and vote J4, 09, and U5, let's have a motion to approve the consent calendar. So moved by Vice President Henderson, second. All second?
Is a motion to discuss or a motion to approve?
So we're just approving the consent calendar, that's it. With the polling noted, yeah. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Student trustee Calican for the record has left. Trustee Buona, trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman, trustee Eno absent, trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. Let's go ahead and start with J4.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vela. I'm not so sure I wanted to actually pull it out of the consent calendar, but here we
That's
go.
okay.
So we do get requests for new or, approvals for new classifications all the time from the Personnel Commission. And I don't know if Mr. Delahousse is here, but we did hear some public comment. So can someone, and maybe it's you, Ms. Williams, can explain to us, is this actually affecting an employee or is this a new classification? Because the way the public comment came through was almost that an employee was possibly being star rated or demoted into another position. So if we could get some clarification, that would be great.
Sure, happy to answer your questions. The employee's current classification is employee benefits specialist, not manager. The Personnel Commission conducted a study and is changing the classification to employee health and wellness specialist. The comments you hear are about special projects that Ms. Walker believes she was assigned to over the years that should culminate into her becoming the training manager for the district, which is a different classification. She was compensated in substantial overtime for those duties of special projects over the last few years, but the Personnel Commission has determined that this is her correct classification and that work stays in the training and staff manager position, which we will, with the Personnel Commission, be posting for recruitment.
Thank you. So you said her classification currently is employee benefits
Specialist.
Okay, and so is this the same level, like she won't be losing pay, or is it something that
Correct.
someone has to be started? Okay. That helps. And then I did hear a comment that the position that is being created, there's no upward mobility, but will she have the opportunity to apply for the management position should that be created?
For employee health and wellness specialist, there is a pathway currently posted, health benefits manager.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
posted right now.
Okay, no, thank you. That clarifies. Again, I didn't need to have it pulled. I just had questions, but I think we have to do a separate vote.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do. Any
Thank
other
you.
discussion? Oh, Vice President.
So to be clear, this is not a demotion.
That's correct.
So her pay stays the same.
That's correct.
So the other issue regarding the training aspect, that's a separate, was that work that she had been compensated for? In her
Correct.
current
She
position,
received overtime
but
pay
not
for it.
part of
But it's
this
not part of her
new
base.
classification.
Right. It's not part of her current classification or the new classification.
Okay, is that part of a different position?
Yes, part of the training and staff manager develops training and development manager position
We
through
have
the
that
personnel.
position.
Commission. We do have that position.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Trustee Bettis.
Up, stay up here.
Sorry. And I'm gonna ask a blunt question. From how you make it sound, sounds like there shouldn't be a concern that was raised.
It sounds like
Like there shouldn't have been a concern from the employee that was raised. But that's not sort of jiving in my head. So I'm just trying to sort of understand what is the key contention of the employee and her public comment from what's being put on the table here.
I believe I certainly can't delve into the mind of Ms. Walker,
Well,
but
what she announced publicly.
right. The idea is that over the last decade or so, she has been assigned special projects by prior vice chancellors. And she believes from the reclassification that she will not be assigned those and have the opportunity to earn the tens of thousands of dollars in overtime that she has earned over the past few years.
Okay,
We have one more comment and question. And Ms. Williams, we know this like kind of process well from another institution. Was this brought to the attention of the Personnel Commission because the employee was looking for a reclassification? And what determines whether we reclassify an employee into a higher position or reclassify an employee into what the Personnel Commission thinks is a more appropriate title for the work that's being done? And is there an opportunity for the employee to take some of those duties that she was assigned apparently by her supervisor or vice chancellor, and be reclassified based on the fact that she was doing the work? I'm just asking the question because we do reclassify positions here
Right.
too.
You don't generally, and I don't want to get into the world of classification, but you don't generally reclassify to higher level positions. Classification involves what your current duties are, the scope of those duties, and then they're encumbered and updated into a current classification. If it's higher level or lower level duties are subsumed into a classification, but not higher level duties. Higher level duties usually go to a different classification. And in this case, it's a training manager that she would like to be subsumed into her employee health and wellness specialist duties. And from my view of it, she's probably done about 10 to 15% of the training manager job. Classification, that's also on the Personnel Commission website.
Right. Okay, thank you. That answers the question. Thank you.
My pleasure.
any more discussion or questions? Okay, can I get a motion and a second, please? or J4. Okay,
Do we need to have more discussion?
Yeah, we could have more
Creating a-
discussion.
I mean, Chancellor, do you want to wait? Because it doesn't sound like anybody's making a motion here.
The item is on the floor. If you're
Yeah,
not
it's on the floor.
comfortable in moving it forward, it fails. I think Ms.
Yeah.
Williams did as adequate a job as she could explaining the position. It is the recommendation of the Personnel Commission that this move forward.
Yeah.
So it's their will of the board if they want to move
Yeah,
forward.
so let me just make this, I don't see a motion or a second. I think the Personnel Commission needs to, yeah.
I mean, I would be willing to make, if it's a lateral move, and what I'm understanding from Ms. Williams is that the job description in the position, the benefits position, didn't accurately reflect the actual duties of that position. So they created a new, basically a new title. But I just want to make sure that it's, and I think Trustee Henderson clarified it, it's a lateral move. It's not, she's not losing wages or time or any of that. And she will, I just want to make sure she will have the opportunity to apply for the management position that is going to be created in conjunction with this position, correct? Okay.
Actually, Trustee Hoffman, from what I heard from Vice Chancellor Williams, it's flying right now, the management position.
Okay,
So, yeah.
so if that's the case and the employee is not losing pay, I will, and this more accurately reflects her duties and responsibilities, I will move to approve this.
Okay, move to approve. A second?
Second.
Okay, second by Vice President Henderson. Roll call, please.
Trustee Boulna. Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Vella.
Abstain.
Trustee Vettis.
Okay, let's go ahead and take 09, please.
Question?
Oh, yeah. So
Trustee
I just wanted,
Hernandez?
sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted more information on this. Is this a new licensing agreement? Have we had this before? What exactly is it?
Yes.
Director Juliet Hidalgo is in the Zoom room. If she could please be pulled in to address the board.
Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, yes, this was actually a contract that we had before with William Boyer, and I'm actually just continuing it on, and that helps to understand like all the media and all our media pitches that go out in like the LACCD name. And it just pulls all the media contacts and all the different stories that are out in the press about us, and it kind of pulls them in. But it's a contract that we had before. It lapsed when I came on. I just got it again.
A little bit. So how is this different than like a Google alert? I mean, I don't see that. That's
so a Google alert. Yeah, so Google Alert it's not comprehensive, first of all. And then actually this pulls like social media, it pulls broadcast, it pulls any name of LACCD in the cyber world, basically. And it goes up to like 1.4 million different avenues that it gets for press. And so anytime the LACCD name is pulled out there, it comes back. Google is pretty limited. Google probably, when I do have Google Alerts, just as a PR professional, it's kind of the standard of what we do. But that is probably covers like 10% of the news coverage I get actually through Cision. I get a much more comprehensive, and it also actually lets me know even negative, positive, I get it all. And it's international. It's broadcast throughout the US. And like I said, it's broadcast media, print, social media. It's really comprehensive.
I absolutely see the value in PR, but I guess the question I have is what are we doing with this alert? How is this directly, sort of this scope of work, how is it directly connected to student outcomes of improving enrollment, improving transfer and completion rates?
So for me, when I get stories that are comprehensive, I actually send it over to different, like, so for ELAC, I actually monitor all the different campuses. I let them know different positive press that they get. If it's like an event that they have, or if it's any sort of, any positive press that's out there. Like we had a foundation grant that got a lot of press coverage, or the Metro Pass that got a lot of press coverage. It just kind of elevates the name, but I sent it out to everybody that's the different PIOs to let them know this is happening.
Okay. And I mean, this is obviously, I don't have a lot of background in this, but I'm just thinking, like, we just heard that Pierce College, was it Pierce College cheer who just won the collegiate championship? I don't do we have that blasted out anywhere? Is this news? Like, are we using this to create news, or are we just using this to inform?
I think we do it's for both, actually. We do it to inform, but I also do it to send out as well. We actually can use a press feature that we send out to the different news. It actually lets me know, like I said, if I'm interested in using, finding a reporter that is, really solid on, whether it's social mobility, I can actually pitch to that actual specific reporter. Decision has like the database for that. But also, like I said, I can actually take those stories, and a lot of times I put them in the Chancellor's Monthly if I find them for the different stories. If you look through the Chancellor's Monthly, a lot of the stories that are pulled from Cision are actually in the Chancellor's Monthly.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions?
I mean, no questions. I think that while this is a relatively low item, I think, as after that report that we saw in terms of SCIF, and we're asking our colleges to do more with less, that could be very much the reality in the future. I just don't know if we should be spending $19,000 for this. I'm going to vote no on it.
Okay. All right. Any more questions or comments?
Specifically going to be pulled?
It is. We're discussing it right now.
Okay, no, of course I knew that.
Oh, you want
I'm
to
just
do you have any discussion?
No.
Okay.
I'm also going to vote.
Okay. Any other discussion? I just want to say, this is really, really important for our PIO to be able to connect directly to the reporters versus trying to find them on a roster, on a press corps list. I'm a PR professional, so I kind of could tell you, I wish I had the money for my firm to buy this. So I do think it is worth the money, but I respect your fiscal prudence and issue with it. So I want you guys to vote the way you guys want to vote so that I don't influence. But I do have, experience in it. Press corps lists are very expensive. It's just part of the nature of the beast. But I'm sure staff could do without it. But it's just a little perk. That's it. Any other discussion?
I'll just make one point here. I think sometimes what do we just look at our budget? We're like nearly $1 billion institution. I made the comment to the chancellor a few times. We're like $1 billion institution, and sometimes when it comes to communications and press, we sort of do it with like tape and bubble gum. It's a challenge. I would say that from this, I'm not familiar with CISON. I mean, I've had a chance to, I think we all sort of do the sort of Google alerts just to keep an eye on ourselves sometimes. But I've had a chance to use other services. I don't know, those costs are a little bit different, but this is, is it about $1,200 a month, I think, is sort of the monitoring services. There's Clipper services. It's been a long time since I've actually worked in the media side of the world, but these are sort of market standards. I just don't have a good assessment if this is the best value, best situation. But I would, like to sort of understand and know that we're going into a professionalizing this effort to represent the district. I do know there's actually one litigation interest that makes it their purpose to badmouth the district and lots of other places, which is very unfortunate. And sort of we've had those exchanges with our local media entities. But being able to track and sort of the trade publications and the secondary markets is important. But I think, like I said, from the big picture standpoint, to have confidence, and maybe it's just because we don't have a level of knowledge or working knowledge with CISON as opposed to the other sort of potential vendors that are out there. is maybe where I'm hearing a lot of the questions rise to understand value. But I would like to say, and maybe this is something that Ms. Hidalgo could also mention, what other vendors were looked at that were more than Google Alerts, but certainly maybe in the competitive standpoint of the CISON group.
Not a problem. Yes, Trustee.
I would like to, at the very least, have a better understanding of, and don't get me wrong, I understand the value of PR. I think it blends in very much to our goals around enrollment and making sure that the district is in a place where, you know, we can really shine awareness and light on the work that we do. But I just want to have an understanding of how that fits in. This particular item fits into that work and those goals. We are a public board. You know, we consistently tell the folks on the ground that they have to do less with more, that we cannot fund this because we don't have all the money in the world. And so I think it is not optically favorable for us to say that this is a perk that we're just going to blow $19,000 on. I get it that we have a very large budget, but I just want to understand more how our professionalization of PR is really playing out and what we are doing to really get to where we need to be and how this fits into it.
Thank you, Trustee Nunez. Trustee Bono?
Yeah. One, I didn't hear how this media source is going to be in different languages, and without that, I automatically vote no on anything if it's not in multi-languages. But you know, I also took a tour of the ELAC football team's locker rooms, and they were an embarrassment. There's nothing. I'm not saying anything about any senior management or President Roman. Don't take that personally. But everything I hear is, you know, showers that don't work. Desks that don't work, you know, stuff that doesn't get done, you know, so it's a perk, right? And I don't necessarily have anything to against, and Miss Hidalgo, I have an extreme amount of respect for her, and her opinion is extremely valuable. But you know, when our teams and our students don't have the basic stuff, and I hear excuses. And, you know, and I hear one of our trustees asking the connection to enrollment, which is appropriate, and I don't hear a good answer, then my vote on this is going to be absolutely no. Not for, I'm anti-PR, but I'm I'm going to pick on specifically our athletic students at ELAC, that we don't have money, stuff wasn't allocated. And our ACJC, I probably got that wrong, you know, talks about questioning about our allocation and how we're making those models. I would put those $19,000 to the ELAC football team and give them new showers and new desks, frankly.
So is there any more discussion on this particular item, which is 09? I am getting, you know, some feedback as to want to make sure people understand that this is the district's office, our district office putting this. It's not the college presidents. So
well, we could give it to them.
Okay, but however, I want to just delineate that each college president also has their own PIO, and they have a team as well, where they're responsible for putting out press releases on their own. So I just wanted to delineate that. So if there are any requests for reports from the current service providers for presidents and their colleges, that would need to be done at a later time. Is that okay? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do roll call. Thank you. On this item, which is 09. Yeah.
The motion?
Yeah, if we can have a motion to approve 09. Do I have a motion? Okay, I'll go ahead and motion it. Is there a second? Okay, second with Vettis. Okay, roll call.
Trustee Buelna?
No.
Trustee Henderson?
No.
Trustee Hernandez?
No.
Trustee Hoffman?
No.
Trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Villa?
I'm gonna be a yes. However, I do want to say that with my yes, if people are hearing, I do want to see some vendors come, different options for this service to the district with my yes. So
Trustee Vid,
hopefully it's noted.
Trustee Vettis,
I think along the, the items failed already, but I would like to make the recommendation similar to the lines of Bella in terms of an explanation of the vendors, et cetera. So I think it is a valuable service. Just want to make sure that it's we've explored every single opportunity.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, Trustee
I
Hoffman.
just have a point of clarification. General Counsel Medina, since there's only 6 of us, what would have, just out of curiosity, I was going with the majority because very valid points, but I saw where this was going, and if it were 3-3, what would have happened?
You need an affirmative majority vote, so you need 4 affirmative votes to approve the item.
Okay.
This is a contract for one vendor. The item can come back to the board as a new item.
Yeah, that's fine.
You were asking whether it can be revisited. I think it can come back as a new item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so motion fails and hopefully it'll come back some other time. Okay, all right, let's move on to U5.
This was just a question. I was just curious about the program, the grant program. Wanted-
Good afternoon. This is actually new for us. This is basically as a result of the consent decree from the state of California versus Volkswagen. It's an opportunity for us to take $647,000 and do something positive with it. And so what we did was we submitted a grant application to have a training program for up to 30 students. So we have about 24 students that'll have this opportunity to go through a 3-week training, as well as opportunities for tours. So I think it's a great opportunity to learn more about how we reduce the amount of single occupancy vehicles on the road. And this is one way to do that.
Is it any way connected with the automotive program at Pierce?
This one is, it'll be connected to our automotive program at Pierce and East.
Oh, good.
What's that? So we're receiving these grant funds.
Correct. We're receiving this.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, no questions on this. Okay, let's go ahead and do a motion to for approval. Motion by Trustee Bona, second. Second by Trustee Hernandez. Okay, roll call.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno absent, Trustee Villa,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great. All right, so now that we went ahead and approved the 3 items that were pulled, we'll go ahead and move into items not on the consent calendar. So let's go ahead and start with business items V2 through V10. Motion, Trustee Wana, second. Second, Vice President Henderson. I just want to remind everyone V1 was pulled. All right. Roll call, please.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno absent, Trustee Villa,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to items W.
Oh, no.
Special request for payments. May I have a motion and a second? So moved by Trustee Bona? Or Trustee Vettis, sorry. Second?
Second.
Second, Vice President Henderson. Roll call, please.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno absent, Trustee Villa,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to facility items X1 through X16. Yes.
You want to do a motion in a second and then discussion? I would like to I need more information on one item. I don't know if we necessarily need to pull it.
I have a question on one item as well.
Okay,
If
so
we could do the motion in a second and then have.
let's do that. Okay, so motion by Veras,
Yeah.
seconded by Hoffman.
Sure.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and discuss. Go ahead.
For item number 9, so the purchase order for the Vandy Campus Network Enhancement Project at the Northeast Satellite Campus, just a question. It's just essentially to expand our network and internet services. Is this specifically for the district's use, or I know we have a charter school there, or do they gain access, or is this just for us? I just want to be clear with that.
So this will be specifically for the district's building portion of it, not for the charter school. The charter school currently has their own internet, dedicated internet. We do not at our Vandycam facility. Our Vandycam facility, currently, we are connected to the district office through a point-to-point connection. So that the quality of internet there is very, very precarious. So we are intending to have a dedicated internet connectivity for the district facility there. There are.
So to be clear, because I imagine I don't know how big the school is, maybe 1,000 students or whatever. They're also in need of very substantial high speed. Does that in any way impact? I mean, what do they do to ensure they have quality, and does it impact district needs?
So the charter school is in a separate building from the one that we are talking about. They have Spectrum currently for their internet connectivity, dedicated just for the charter school. That is not being utilized by the, I don't know, old bakery building, which really is what we're talking about, having dedicated internet connectivity for.
Okay. And then this will provide the Wi-Fi to the common areas as well?
This will provide a dedicated internet connection and some very modest number of internet access points for wireless. There is a larger assessment of needs and utilization of that facility that is underway that will dictate any further improvements needed from a technology perspective to that building. But this particular scope that is presented to you today is only addressing that dedicated internet line.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any further questions? Trustee Hoffman?
Items 10. Dr. Litz, you might need to come back up. Items 10 and 11. Or Chancellor, if you want to speak to items 10 and 11, that'd be great.
This is the authorizing of agreements. This looks like a bench for IT. So let me ask Vice Chancellor Litz to return. And these are agreements with firms to provide IT consulting services.
Yes.
It looks like a 3-year with a couple of 1-year options.
Yes. So the amount that not to exceed you're seeing is $5 million is for the entirety of the 5-year portion. The goal for these consulting bench are to provide additional or supplemental subject matter expertise on project-based engagement, not operational. The majority of projects that we do using these types of consulting benches are within our bond program for very finite scope of work. What we are looking for this particular bench to do is provide a scope of work in information security as it relates to independent assessments, attestations of quality, verifications of our security framework, et cetera, as well as advanced analytics and business analysis and project management. So again, this is finite scope of work, typically for project-based efforts.
Thank you. I just want to ask a couple questions about the bench because you listed here the previous contracts awarded. And I do notice that there are 2 organizations that have a majority of the contracts, and then some of these don't have any. of the contracts. And I know that, we have a pretty robust IT team, and thanks to your leadership, you guys do a wonderful job. So I do understand that from time to time, we do need to have consultants come in on a project basis. But is there a reason why two of these firms, Burwood and CDW, have most of the work? And then and then maybe we can just move right into item 11, because we do have a contract that we approved with Burwood for $356,784, and they're coming back asking for more money for that contract. So I see Dr. Smith is here, so maybe we'll get some answers. Thank you.
So the work that was awarded to, for example, Burwood or CW was awarded through either their master service agreement or the CMAS agreement. We didn't have a procurement mechanism to engage with a lot of these other vendors. This will provide the district with a lot more flexibility to use subject matter expertise in these areas on a project-to-project basis and not solely rely on those handful of master service agreements that we have. So I think that having this bench will allow us some flexibility, particularly for smaller body of work, where we wouldn't necessarily go through a full-blown RFP, but we do require that specialized subject matter expertise that is not part of our core operational team.
Okay, so this will be new for us to have an actual bench for these consultants, and I like that idea. So thank you for the explanation. That's great.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Smith is behind you. I don't know if you wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to add something?
No, so, no, I
so
just want
focused.
this, I want to point out that that list is, those are vendors who've received contracts over time with us on our bond program. So we've had other IT bond projects. And so those are awards from a variety of things. And we just say, this is the number of awards they received from the district,
Over time.
over time.
Okay. Thank you. This is great. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and if we have no further questions, let's go ahead and do roll call for facilities items X1 through X16.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno absent, Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes. Let's go ahead and go to Y human resources items. Before we proceed to vote on the next 4 action items in regards to employment actions for college presidents, I'll read the following language for the record. Pursuant to Government Code 54953, which is part of the Brown Act, we are required to make an oral summary of the proposed action on the salary schedules, compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for all executive level positions was defined by subdivision Government Code Section 35111.1. We need to provide such summary for positions of chancellor, vice chancellor, and college presidents. The agenda item now before us includes an employment action for extension of contracts for the following college presidents: Barry Gribbins, James Limbaugh, Albert Roman through June 30th, 2025, Luis Dorado, Armida Ornelas through June 30th, 2026, and a 1-step advancement for college presidents, Luis Dorado and Armida Ornelas to step 4, effective July 1, 2023. A $500 per month car allowance will be applied to the base salary, as they will be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits are received by other unrepresented classified administrators, including retiree health benefits. Next, we will review the human resources item. May I have a motion and a second on Y1 for the college presidents? Motion?
I'll move to approve.
Yeah, this is to approve.
I
Okay.
make the motion to approve.
Okay,
There we
trustee Hoffman, second.
Second.
Second by trustee Hernandez. Okay, any discussion?
I do have a question. So Chancellor, when a president hits step 5, are they entitled to COLA because there's no more step increases after step
Yes.
5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so COLA is across the board for all employees.
And the college presidents, vice chancellors are underrepresented. So we typically do a Me Too. So if we provide COLA to other employees, we provide the same exact paid COLA to executives who are in our business.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? If not, roll call.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Next is Y2. We have an employment action for Ms. Araceli Aguiar, interim college president of LA Pierce College, to extend her contract from April 1st, 2023 to April 30th, 23. Ms. Aguiar's salary will be step 2 of the vice chancellor of college president's salary schedule, and she'll be entitled to the unrepresented administrators health benefits. Ms. Aguiar will also receive $500 per month car allowance. May I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by trustee Wellna.
I'll second, but I have
to.
to, yeah.
Okay, second by trustee Hoffman. Discussion, trustee Wellna.
Why isn't she getting more? Seems like, I mean, she's been with us for a long time. Why step 2?
Well, that is the salary in which President Aguiar was rated in initially at that step, so she's carried on in an interim capacity, but it's something we can look at. And we can make adjustments at any other time.
Can we do it now?
I don't believe so. We could do it at a subsequent meeting.
I just, for what she's done, she's staying on board, and also, I mean, to be fair in terms of looking at gender equality, I just want to make sure that step doesn't seem right.
Okay.
And I haven't talked to her about it either, so.
Let's go ahead and put that well noted, and we will come back. Council will come back. General Counsel, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we would like an opportunity to have a discussion with HR and find out why the response to the board's request is no. I don't believe that's accurate because the board establishes the salary, but we can come back and give a more concrete response on the
Next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate the.
If they find out that you can, it could potentially go on another meeting.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any
Chair-
other discussion?
Yeah, Chair Vella, I have a question, and this is for you, Chancellor. This is from April 1st, 2023. We're in 2023, right? To April 30th, 2023. I'm just concerned of what happens on May 1st. I thought was there some discussion to extend throughout for the rest of the semester? To the end of the semester?
That's an item for discussion in closed session today.
Okay, thank you.
So I would ask us to approve this as is noted, and happy to return.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes. Let's go ahead and do Y4, which is we have an amended employment action for Dr. Kathleen Burke, interim college president of LA Trade Tech. The corrected contract of employment should read from January 1 to March 31, and salary at step 5 of the vice chancellor and college president salary schedule. May I have a motion and a second on item Y4?
I'll move to approve item Y4.
All right, thank you. Any second? Second, VP Henderson. Discussion. I just want to personally just thank Dr. Burke for helping us and being here with us. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, to get the motion. Who?
Yeah, the motion
was
was
first?
from trustee Hoffman and seconded was VP Henderson.
Perfect. And then we need to go back and go to Y3. You skipped that one.
Actually,
No, we.
that's what we're doing. Oh, there's 2 items with Dr. Burke. I get it. I see what happened. I apologize. Well, let's just do Y4 right now and I'll go back to Y3. I didn't know there was 2.
I said Y3. I think, didn't I move to approve Y3?
Yeah, I made the call for Y4, but
Why
I
don't we
didn't
both-
include
Why
Y3.
don't just include them both together?
Okay,
Y3.
let's amend Ms. Kaufman's motion and do Y3 and 4 together.
There you go.
And then second by Vice President Henderson.
Mhm.
All right, any more discussion on Y3, Y4? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno, absent, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Thank you.
He's not with us. All right, let's go ahead and motion passes. All right, let's move on to item Z, notice reports and informatives. So this is just, again, these are notices, no action is required. Yeah, we pulled C3. Yes, President, Vice Trustee Hoffman, sorry.
I'm Chancellor, I'm President.
Did we get to the part where we can suggest future agenda items?
That's
Okay.
coming up.
All on me.
Yeah. Any item AA announcements, any indications of future proposed actions by members of the board?
I would.
Trustee Wallen.
What's that? What's our PR contract? The big one, $1 billion. Elder Tree. So one. I think we were at Trade Tech where they presented, or somewhere where they presented, where we were going to get metrics, right? And we've been asking for metrics on. Let me give you an example. So. I see the ads from that school, that other community college, Glendale Community College. And, it's very specific. Glendale Community College has something in bio, whatever, right? And they're very specific about that curriculum. I see our ads and they're not specific. They're generalized. And maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. But I'd like to be able to not revisit the contract, but understand what's happening within that contract. And pull them in here and say, how are our ads working or not working? It's a lot of money, and Santa Monica College, very specific, right? The curriculum that's happening, where and again, this isn't a critique of our campuses. This is a critique of those who manage our contracts. And again, I might be wrong, right? But we were promised when we did that contract, which was way too high anyway, and we cut it back, and our presidents got all mad, and I remember it was really dramatic, that contract was going to be some miracle, right? And let's find out if it actually is producing with real metrics that we were supposed to do anyway. Could we do that, Chancellor?
Sure can, absolutely. I'll work with the board president to set that up.
Okay.
Okay.
But specifically with those ads,
Yeah, we'll do a full
because,
presentation.
we want to make sure and get all of our students back from Glendale Community College. That's what we want to do.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
thank you.
I absolutely support that. It's appropriate. We do need a report from Elder Tree. We approved them 3 years ago. They need to come back and let us know what's going on. Thank you so much. All right, we'll put that in the future. Any other future announcements or actions?
I do.
Trustee Hoffman.
I'd like to revisit a board rule, and I don't know the number of it, so forgive me, and I'm sure Ms. Gordon probably has it memorized. Can we change the board rule on our policy for tipping? I know that sounds small, but
15%.
honestly, many of our students work in low-wage jobs while they're in school, whether they're Uber drivers or working in the food service industry or hotel industry. All of us travel. The ACCA conference just happened this past week. All of your employees travel. We travel, college presidents travel, and we are limited in tipping 15%. And I feel like if we want to uplift communities, we should be tipping 20%. And as a district, we should make that a policy that we want to make sure that we're doing our part, especially for our students, because our students are the ones that are working in those jobs. So can we change that board rule or revise that board rule? Okay. Okay. I mean, they change, the government changes the mileage rate as the inflation goes up, right?
It's been a longstanding rule that we.
Okay.
And so we'll bring that item back. We'll do some investigation, see if we have some flexibility and discretion.
And I think it'll help your accounting department, honestly, when they're calculating all the tips and.
Thank you
moving
so
it.
much, Trustee Hoffman. Great point out there. All right, if there aren't any, let's go ahead and move to public comment on matters not on the agenda. So we do have, I want to go ahead, and we have folks from our AFT 1521 adjunct faculty here. So I'm gonna take all of you guys at once, since you guys are already here. Can I get a motion to limit the public comment to 2 minutes each? Anyone?
Moved.
Moved
Yeah.
by trustee Hernandez.
I have-
Thank you. Second, yeah.
What happened to the board rule stuff?
Okay, let me handle this with, I will come back to you. Oh, yeah, so, we have a motion, by trustee Hernandez. Can I have a second to limit the public speaking to 2 minutes?
Second.
Okay, second by trustee Buena. Let's do roll call.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman, trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, so before we move forward to public comment on matters not on the agenda, trustee Buena, on item Z, there is no action on board policy 3433. But also no action on chapter 2, which is Z1, I'm sorry, yeah, Z1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Dr. Nish, do you have any comment on that? Trustee Buena is asking why we're not doing an action on board policies.
It's the first reading of the board policy 2431, selection of chancellor, 2432, chancellor's succession, and 2435, evaluation of the chancellor. So it's
Okay.
the first reading of those policies, but we can certainly answer any questions the board members may have.
Okay.
And this come back for vote next month.
Well, no, I get that, but this is about board rule, board changes. I mean, can we ask questions? or-
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, do we have quorum right now? Oh, we do. Okay. All right, so can you explain, because I looked at these and this is why I was a little surprised because we're talking about material items that are related to the board. On a few of those items, it says, and I haven't seen this before, I think, and could we pull them up? Since this is a first reading, I mean, that we should read them.
There's nothing precludes you from pulling them up and reading them.
Okay, well, I know, but why are there no AP? Again, I have bad vision, so I thought we were gonna have a discussion about these.
So
Yeah, what are the APs and why are there no APs? I mean, I'm looking at these because when we're looking at the material component of the functioning of the board, these are part of these are at the core of what we're doing. So why the changes? Why the AP? And I just have some questions for general counsel and OGC. I mean, could you explain?
So if the board will notice, thank you, trustee Buena, for board policy 2432, chancellor succession, and board policy 2435, evaluation of the chancellor, there is a notation in the bottom that says no corresponding AP will be adopted. I just noticed for 2431, there should be the same statement. This is different. It had not been included previously. And the reason that OGC, the Office of General Counsel, is recommending that we have this statement in certain policies is that the district here has a practice where the administrative procedures, the APs, are adopted administratively by the chancellor. They are not brought to the board. They're not brought to public in any public session. And for board policies, where it merely tracks state law that empowers the board to take certain actions, we wanted to make sure that at a later point, an AP was not drafted without the board's knowledge or without the board's approval. So we're beginning to make that notation, and 2431 should also include the same no corresponding AP will be adopted.
Okay, so and the reason, because I've tracked these every time these come up, I always make it a point to ask. So you are our board's attorney, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you fully endorse this?
I endorse the practice of making sure that there are no additional policies related to these issues that are statutorily delegated to the board. So yes, I endorse the practice of providing that statement in the policies where no additional procedure should be adopted administratively.
Okay, so and partly you're saying because this is a non-delegable duty, if I'm wrong, please tell me, that the state legislature has given it to the board. So no entity within the district could make any changes with regard to any succession plan unless it came to the board.
Yes, as it relates to these three particular board policies before you today, yes.
Okay, okay, all right. What's the next one?
So there's three that are before the board today for initial reading. Board policy 2431 on selection of the chancellor. And again, here it does require the administrative change of no corresponding AP. So we'll make that notation on the bottom. The second one, 2432, is the chancellor's succession.
So I have a question. So with regard to the reading, is your verbal statement enough for this to be a first reading if it doesn't have that notation at the bottom?
If the board agrees to make that that additional the corresponding notation, it's fine that this is the first reading and you can still take action on this policy at your next meeting.
Okay. So you as our attorney, do you have any issues? Is there any risk at all from us as a board from this? Are we violating state law? Is there any risk of anything?
No, the selection of the chancellor board policy 2431 is an advisable recommended policy.
Okay. Do we need to take any additional action or just no action with regard to those three words at the bottom with regard to no APs?
Unless if board president can acknowledge that there's no objection by any of the trustees, we'll make that notation for final action at the next board meeting.
Okay.
At the next board meeting, could you please make sure and put that in there and that there was no objection? Just want to
Yes.
make sure that we don't have any specific issue in the future.
Yes.
What was the third one?
So the last one is board policy 2435, evaluation of the chancellor.
That one's a bit longer.
Yes.
How is this different than what was before? And have you reviewed it with regard to an eye for the interest of this board only?
So as the board is aware, the district has been engaged since 2019 in converting its policies to the Community College League's format. So we have began drafting board policies. This one, I had prepared a draft of the evaluation of the chancellor as directed actually by you and your presidency the last term. But I will defer to Dr. Nish because Dr. Nish did take my draft and made recommended changes, which now are part of this proposed policy.
So, but you are attorney. Do you agree with these changes?
I think they're legally sufficient. There's nothing in here that's legally problematic. My only caution would be on a board policy like this, evaluation of the chancellor, that the board leadership under the prior administration had directed the Office of General Counsel to prepare. I would normally recommend that it would be inappropriate to have someone that's reporting directly to the chancellor recommend modifications or changes to this policy. I don't think that is a procedure that we should continue.
All right, so I'm okay. So you agree with it. However, so why? So is this, so what was uploaded, is that different from what's here?
What is here now is, so the President Vela created an ad hoc committee, and President Vela brought to my attention the recommended changes to the policy that I had drafted for the board's consideration on this issue. And I did not agree with the changes as they had been proposed by Dr. Nish. So we worked collaboratively with Trustee Veras and Trustee Vela in an ad hoc committee to come up with language that was that you have before you that's legally acceptable.
So are you saying that Dr. Nish shouldn't have worked on it because there's an inherent conflict of interest because she's supervised by the chancellor?
That's my position on this particular policy.
Did you inform anyone of your concern?
Yes.
What was the result?
We had a conversation with the trustees and we did agree with this modification.
I put everyone in a Zoom to hash it out and discuss it.
Yes.
This policy has every single concern that General Counsel Medina brought to us, to the trustees. And moving forward, General Counsel Medina will be part of every ad hoc, and she will also be providing input on what she believes is kosher. Now, whether or not Dr. Melinda Nish will continue to be the staff person with this particular board policy, we haven't decided.
But here's the concern. You have a direct policy that has to do with the chancellor. The only employee other than the chancellor that has a direct duty to us is our general counsel. If you have an employee that has a direct reporting requirement to the chancellor, it's an inherent conflict of interest. I mean, I understand that this is where we're at right now, but I'm not understanding why Deputy Chancellor Nish would even have any standing to be in that meeting.
Yeah, she doesn't have, yeah, let me correct. So Deputy Chancellor Nish is a facilitator of the ad hoc committee that you also participated in. So the request from General Counsel to remove her from facilitating and have the General Counsel do it instead due to this particular conflict hasn't been decided. We can still do that. That's all.
I do also want to point out that this is coming at the direction of two trustees that do have standing over the chancellor as a recommendation to the full board for our consideration. So this was active and direct feedback from trustee participants as well.
Yeah, I need to wrap up this conversation, but we're gonna bring this back in the full approval and we can have more discussion, but yes. Please.
But what General Counsel said was that Deputy Chancellor Nish uploaded changes.
They were our changes, the board, the ad hoc.
I understand that, but I mean, in terms of you guys as a representative, I understand you guys have full standing. And if the board's gonna vote on this particular issue, on this specifically, we have to be careful about who has a conflict of interest, who has interest. I mean, I mean, these are why the legislature gave this to the board. The only employee that has authority is our general counsel. That's it.
Yeah, so I want to just reiterate that the Deputy Chancellor's role was to facilitate, and quite frankly, I'm not going to type my changes myself. No offense, I'm not being bougie, but that was just what she was helping. She was just helping to put Steve and I's changes a committee.
Okay.
That's her involvement thus far. She's not saying, I recommend this against the chancellor. We've been listening to General Counsel's ultimate recommendation on what board policies, and there's been a lot of, I believe, positive feedback where we're limiting the involvement of the chancellor on some of these. What I do want to say is that when it comes to discussing whether or not Deputy Chancellor Nish is moving forward will facilitate the board policy ad hoc committee, that's very different. And as board president, I haven't decided that yet, and I will decide that very soon. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, go ahead. Anything else?
The only thing I wanted to add is the effort, at least for the policies in front of us, I believe reflect either what we've had in practice, what we discussed in board goals, or what we discussed in the process. So you'll see this one, you'll see the one subsequent, including personnel file and those kinds of things, were an attempt to reflect the way the board's been conducting itself and the concerns that have been raised to us. It isn't like necessarily new invention. It's to sort of put in process what our practice has been.
Yeah, what I can ask, because we really need to move forward, we still have closed session, is General Counsel, if you could please put a memo together on the reasons why you believe it's a conflict that Deputy Chancellor Nish is involved in board policies that reflect the chancellor's evaluation, I would appreciate it because, yeah.
Trustee Hoffman was first.
Trustee
and I
Hoffman.
have
Yeah, I have doesn't everyone in this room pretty much report to the chancellor except for us?
That's not an acronym.
No, I'm just asking. Because,
Oh.
oh, they don't? Okay.
They're a direct report. Anyway, but that's not for me to answer that question.
I'm getting conflicting answers.
I know.
Okay. I was just asking because I left to use the ladies' room. We were on public comment and then we came back here. And so I'm just catching up. So I just wanted to ask that question.
But I do have one point. With regard to any board rule, with regard to whether the board or the district has a culture of anything, I'm assuming we still have to follow state statute first, even if we've had some type of culture of whatever.
Yes, and what I can do, because there has already been a memo that was just outlining some of this issue, I can certainly provide that memo that was sent to board leadership to the full board, just so you can have kind of the benefit of some of the conversations and issues that we addressed.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I want to assure the board that there was nothing being done that's not in accordance with the advice from general counsel and or what the state is providing us as far as language that all the college districts are adopting throughout the state. So, yeah. Okay. So any more discussion on board policies, which was item Z? Okay, hearing none, let's move now. Sorry, you guys, thank you for being patient. I know I was calling on. So let's go ahead and bring up our public comment on matters not in the agenda. Let's start with Maria Zamudio on Zoom. This is in regards to adjunct faculty healthcare. You can unmute yourself.
She left.
She left, okay. Cora Martinez, in person? She left? Oh, sorry, okay.
No, hello, I'm here. Hello.
Oh, okay. Go
Hi.
ahead.
Hello, Board of Trustees. As many of you know, my name is Coraima Martinez, and I am the former LACCD student trustee.
Hi,
I'm here today. I'm here today to urge you to implement adjunct faculty healthcare in our district, as intended by AB 180 in the California state budget. Investing in our adjunct faculty, who teach most of the classes across our district, helps to ensure equity, quality, and student-centered learning. Supporting access to quality, affordable, and ongoing healthcare for our adjunct faculty creates a healthy workforce that can support our students. Faculty wellness creates student success. Our adjunct faculty were some of the first to come back during the pandemic, many without healthcare when we returned to campus. Chancellor Rodriguez prides himself in saying that LACCD never closed during the pandemic. But why is it that LACCD never closed? Because our adjunct faculty were here to support our district and our students. Healthcare is a human right. It is the responsibility of the district to do right by our faculty, as our faculty have done right by us, our district, and our students. Our adjunct faculty are worth it. Our students are worth it. Providing ongoing access to faculty health insurance is worth it. I have faith that you, the Board of Trustees, will move with urgency regarding this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coraima. Great seeing you. Next is Rodolfo Casares. Rodolfo? Okay. You can, come on.
A bit of a busy man, but this is very important.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here.
So, hi there, dear Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Zebedee De Jesus, and I'm a second year at Pierce College, and I'm here in support of all faculty, especially and including our adjunct professors in having access to quality healthcare. Well, to be a little personal, I grew up in an environment that did not value education. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness where only 9% of us attain a bachelor's degree. I grew up with warnings saying that college would draw me away from God and would ruin my life. So knowledge is kind of the light that draws us away from ignorance. And without my professors, many of them who are adjuncts, I would not be here pursuing my dreams and standing up for what I think is right. Now, I feel like I'm in a new environment that does not always appreciate the hard work our faculty and professors put for us. If an education can liberate a student like me from his financial and intellectual burdens, then what should an education job do for an educator? It certainly should not lack the benefits that would help free themselves from the burdens of our own world, such as a rising cost of living, inflation, and disease. In case members of the public are not aware, we have money in the state budget that go directly to our adjunct faculty healthcare. So what is the delay? To end this off, I am a proud student of LACCD. I appreciate every opportunity I was offered here at Pierce. And from the relationships I am building with my professors and from where I stand right here, I want to see all our faculty appreciated as well. So please give all our faculty access to healthcare at all our community colleges. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, we're going a little out of order. Good afternoon, board. I hope that each one of you is safe and comfortable in knowing that your healthcare is certain, because some of our families cannot be certain of our healthcare when the current MOU comes to an end. The last time I was here.
State your name, please.
Oh, Rodolfo Casares.
Oh, thank you.
The last time I was here to speak on healthcare was in November, and I asked you to make the rewards of our fight, to make the spoils of our victory a board goal, so that our community of adjunct professors can join yours in feeling secure about healthcare for us and for our families. However, instead of acting effectively and efficiently on something that we brought to the table, the board leaves us uneasy, worried, and growing restless. You see, we suffer from many of the common illnesses that everybody else suffers from, like obesity and diabetes and so many other things that we need to spend our money for, and prescriptions and additional healthcare visits and doctor visits and eye care, and all of these things add up.
Trustee Buelna doesn't seem to be listening.
As a consequence, we've become limited on how we use our resources. It seems like all we have left after prescriptions and healthcare and eye costs and whatever it is enough to keep a roof over our head and our lights on and food on our tables. As public servants, we deserve better than that. So I'm here before you again today for a second time on behalf of adjuncts and as part of my union to ask you to utilize the $200 million in ongoing state funds to give healthcare to our adjuncts and their families. I'm asking you to not act as buffers of denial. I'm asking you not to act as agents of control to prolong or to dilute the resources that we have fought for and won. Give us our win. And I ask you this cordially and respectfully, because the last thing I want to have to do is utilize my energy and my influence to fight you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casares. Next is Kristen Yagoyan. Kristen.
Hello, dear Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Kristen Yagoyan, and I'm a student at the LACCD. You might recall me from fall 2022 semester, as I came here to speak to you about supporting healthcare access for all faculty at the LACCD, including our adjunct professors. Since then, I started working at CalWorks because I wanted to work and advocate for LACCD community. I work closely with Armenian, Russian, and Ukrainian refugees who came here due to the war. These students, they left their homes, they left their countries. They came here for better education, for better life and be a better future. These students are part of our community now, and they have all the rights and deserve everything and even more. About 2 weeks ago, we had about 40 students standing in front of our office because their professor didn't show up. My colleagues and I, we were confused and we didn't know how to support them. Later on, we figured out that the professor got suddenly sick and he didn't come to class. Most of the students, they're taking ESL as a second language, and they have difficulty navigating Canvas and communicating with their professor. When our educators get sick, many go without healthcare access, and our students suffer. Faculty with access to healthcare are more likely to seek preventative care and are less likely to miss a class due to illness. Please support healthcare for all faculty at our community colleges. This is the right thing, and I hope I will not have to come for the next time with more stories. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kristen. Zebedee de Jesus. Okay, Darlene Wuhan. I think you're on Zoom.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Board and Chancellor. I am an adjunct faculty, and I am a person who has been rolled off of the healthcare because I didn't have enough hours. I wasn't teaching enough classes. I am also a breast cancer survivor for 7 years. And as I did not know that I had breast cancer during that time, I was very diligent showing up to my classes, teaching at more than one community college. Again, being faithful to what I know I'm supposed to do. Adjuncts don't ask for much. We don't demand much. And a lot of that is out of fear of not getting another assignment. When we talk too much, we get paid back by not getting a course that we may need to have to meet our own personal goals. I urge you to not wait, because this is a crisis situation. You know, when we had the crisis during the pandemic, it was your adjuncts that kept things going. Your adjuncts were ready to go to teach remote, to teach asynchronously throughout the entire pandemic. I know I was. I was ready when I walked into class. But again, this is nothing to play around with. You know, this is a humanity issue. And if you do have any inkling or any compassion left in you, please consider this. You have the money. This is not something that is not there for you. You have the money.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Jason Williams on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Jason Williams, and I'm also an adjunct faculty at Los Angeles Valley College. I'm here today to ask you to make use of the new money from the state to improve healthcare for part-time faculty in our district as soon as possible. Too many part-time faculty members in California's community college system have gone without healthcare benefits for far too long. It forces many of us out of our critical jobs and ultimately harms our ability to be there for our students. And I'm one of the many part-time faculty members throughout the state who has gone without healthcare. I've been an adjunct faculty for 7 years now, but I'm a 37-year cancer survivor. And I've gone without healthcare for 5 years. It's been 17 years since my last brain surgery. And it'd be nice to continue teaching others without the stress and heartache of wondering, when can I afford my next cancer screening? By having ongoing quality, affordable healthcare, I'd have the peace of mind and the sense of security instead of worrying. I'd be able to focus better on being fully present for my students. Please, I implore you, expand access for adjunct faculty healthcare. We urge you to do the right thing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. Next is Eddie Torres on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Chancellors. My name is Eddie Torres. I'm an adjunct faculty lecturer at LACCD College for the past 11 years. I teach in the Community Planning Department and the Non-Credit Department. I've also taught at Southwest and LACCD College during my tenure. Last year, I filed off the health insurance at the community college, which I've had for about 6 or 7 years. This week, I had to go to urgent care, and it wasn't for my wife's insurance that I'm covered under her insurance that I was able to go and get treated. And so today we saw a lot of data. I heard the Board of Trustees asking very evidence-based questions on data. I ask you to check this data. Ask all and check every single campus of how many adjuncts do not have health insurance in our 9 campuses and throughout the state of California. And I want you to be that champion that you so ask yourself to be when you became a board or you speak on behalf of students in the community, that healthcare is a human right. Everybody in this room on this Zoom call would agree to that. There's $200 on the table that have been getting through all the lobbying and fight and ask that went. But then again, what I hear when I ask the Guild and others, what's taking so long? It's, oh, the district office doesn't have the personnel to make this happen. Doesn't have the personnel. I just heard 20 minutes, or actually 2 hours of questions of people getting raises or discussions, very well questions. Why is it that the office doesn't have the personnel to use the 200 million to get the healthcare that our faculty deserve? It's unacceptable. So I ask you to be the responsible member and colleague to help us continue, because we sure love to continue to support our students and our community in their academic endeavors. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Torres. Next is Ida Ghaffari on Zoom.
She was unable to stay.
Daniel Nairi on Zoom.
Yes, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Daniel Neary, and I have been teaching in the district for 18 years, just over 18 years. I'm currently teaching at Los Angeles City College. So I just want to recognize the people who've already spoken, the fact that, as has already been mentioned, we have been witnessing for the past 2 hours descriptions of bumping people's salaries by $20,000 a month. But very little in the last 2 hours had any relevance to faculty or students. And often we don't see ourselves in the way that others see us. But I think it's time for the Board of Trustees, the administration, the Chancellor, to be held accountable. Not next month, not next semester, not next year. We've been through this with the stipend for faculty who converted to Zoom and Canvas during COVID, for those of us who had credentials. It was delayed by over a year with no excuse, no reason, and no compensation for those of us who are waiting for that small payment. And we're listening to $20,000 bumps on top of car allowances in healthcare for administrators, which is what this is really all about. Governor Newsom has assigned this district, this state, $200 million solely to get adjunct healthcare in par with other faculty. So you have no excuse. Not one level for retirees, another level for full-timers. Another level for
Thank you so much.
secretaries.
Thank you so
Get
much.
it done, and no more excuses and no more lies.
Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you all so much for joining us. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Next we have regarding HR staffing shortages, Dr. Kara Gills, Pierce College.
Thank you. I'm Kara Gillis. I'm the chair of the Philosophy and Sociology Department at Pierce College, and I'm the VP of Academic Policy. Thank you to the Board of Trustees and Chancellor Rodriguez for giving us a chance to speak. When it's functioning, the Los Angeles Community College District is unparalleled at addressing inequities and driving the local economy. But since the 2020 supplemental retirement offering, persistent staffing, communication, and follow-up issues have negatively impacted the ability of the district colleges to fulfill this vital mission. More specifically, the hiring and onboarding processes of new and temporary faculty at campuses has been delayed. In addition, a variety of campus staffing issues have been left unaddressed because the college administrators are awaiting direction from HR. Personnel changes within HR have been frequent, but often unannounced. In fact, there was no announcement to the faculty when the director of ODEI left LACCD. The crucial position appears to still be vacant. These operational failures make the already challenging jobs of department chairs increasingly difficult, especially with staffing challenges arising from the ongoing transition to back to campus instruction and the increase in dual enrollment classes. Student enrollment, which has just started to rebound, is now being threatened by delayed and unstaffed courses. Despite many chairs' best efforts, it's proving exceedingly difficult to make sure that instructors are assigned in advance of the first day of classes. I have a list of examples, which I won't read due to time constraints, but they highlight the impacts to students when there are no instructors in the class for the first day of instruction, and the incredible impact to temporary and adjunct faculty with onboarding and timely compensation. The mission of the LACCD is to foster student success for all individuals seeking advancement by providing equitable and supportive learning environments at our 9 colleges. The mission requires highly skilled student-centered instructors, staff, and administrators to support our students. However, due to operational issues in HR, this aspect of the mission is often unattended. We request that the trustees seek an accounting of the current HR challenges and a specific plan to ameliorate the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gillis. I apologize. Next is Dr. Kurt Duffy, Pierce College.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Chancellor. I'm following up on Dr. Gillis's comments. I am an English professor at Pierce College, as well as the campus's grievance representative. These HR issues are impacting the functioning of our classes. And if we're going to deliver excellence to students, we're going to have to start by meeting the basic HR functions to our frontline workers, the faculty who are in front of these students. And I appreciate the difficulty of this. HR is extremely complicated. I know that the industry has difficulty bringing professionals in with the experience and the expertise in this. I know that they really did everything they could have during the pandemic, and that impacted it as well. But this district has risen to the occasion on other matters. Our IT functions much better now. We have beautiful new buildings where students are learning. Our district-wide LMS system is unparalleled. So I do think we need to look at this particular division and see what it needs. How does it rise to the occasion so that it presents the same level of service that we see otherwise throughout the district? It's possible, and we as faculty will help you in this endeavor. But as Dr. Gillis pointed out, we need to acknowledge that there are issues, identify them, and come up with a path forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Next is Rodolfo Treviso. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello, hello.
Go ahead and
What happened?
yes, please, we can hear you.
Dear Chancellor Rodriguez and honored board members. Honored board members.
Is there anything that we can do on our side? No, no.
No,
No,
think
sir, I think you might have two things on. Mr. Treviso, do you mind turning one of your devices off?
I'm not there no more, huh?
Oh, there you go. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Let's go ahead and can we do a chat with him and then re-engage him at a later time? We have one more public speaker.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't have, oh, okay. Okay. Hello, dear Chancellor Rodriguez.
Yes.
And honored board members. My name is Rudy Treviso, and I'm department chair of the aviation department at West Los Angeles College. For several years, it has been my privilege to take a team of excellent aviation department students to compete in annual aviation maintenance competition. This competition consists of 28 different events, all related to aircraft technology. And every year in which we competed, we have been very successful. We have placed second 3 times and never placed lower than 4th. There were 28 colleges competing last year, a total of 77 teams, including teams from major airlines, military, and airline teams. We finished 7th place overall. Our team has brought much prestige to West Los Angeles College, and we are very proud of this. Last year, out of the 5 team members, 4 were hired by United, and the 5th one was hired by FedEx Airlines. The Boeing company has definitely noticed West LA and has come to our campus to research what we do to make us successful. As a result, they have decided to help West start an advanced avionics bachelor degree program, and they are donating millions of dollars of equipment to West LA. This year, the competition will be held in Atlanta, Georgia. Up to 1 month ago, we were told that we would be able to use foundation funds for financial support. We would not have to rely on state or West LA funds. 13 days ago, we were informed that we would not be able to use foundation funds to finance our trip. Our team has been training for over a year for this competition. Countless hours of training have gone into preparation to compete. In August 2022, the state of California announced that Georgia would be on the list of states restricted for state-funded travel, as per Assembly Bill 1887. We ask you that you consider the time and effort that has been devoted to this and issue a waiver so we may participate in the competition this year. Please help us continue our legacy as a top aviation college by supporting our students to demonstrate their achieved skill sets from the program, obtain potential employment outcomes, and create a memorable experience of their educational journey at West Los Angeles College. Thank you, Rudy Treviso.
Thank you.
Aviation Department.
Thank you, Mr. Treviso. Appreciate your comment. Are there any persons signed up to address the board on closed session agenda matters? I see one, Dr. Erica Miller-Tate. Dr. Miller, unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, board members and chancellors. My name is Dr. Erica Miller-Tate, and I'm here today to speak to you regarding Dr. Sabrina Odom versus Los Angeles Community College District case. As board members, I must ask you, why are you taking a position to appeal the verdict of a Black female English professor who obtained a judgment of $10 million from a jury of our peers? In this case, Dr. Odom was found by a decided verdict to have been sexually harassed by a former vice president of student services at Los Angeles Southwest College. And you, the board, feel she is only deserving of $200,000 for her years of emotional distress and suffering, but not the $10 million judgment decided by a jury of 12 individuals from various ethnic groups. Then you hire a new attorney from San Diego to appeal the case and spend more monies on this effort than on actions to protect female faculty. White women routinely obtain millions of dollars in settlements when they have been sexually harassed. Why is this board taking the position that a Black female professor at a college in South Los Angeles is not worth as much as other women? If Dr. Odom were a white woman, this case probably would have never gone to trial, nor had been handled so poorly. Los Angeles Community College District has failed to take proper actions, and those behaviors have shown that Black female faculty at Los Angeles Southwest College do not matter. Does Dr. Odom matter? Apparently not, since your decisions are directed in attempts to have this case retried in court, well, she will be victimized all over again. These behaviors demonstrated by the board are degrading, lack compassion, and send a terrible message to our students, faculty, and to the community. As the prolific James Baldwin once said, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. When will you, as a unit of elected officials, begin to recognize and acknowledge the worth of female professors and that our lives matter just as much as anyone else's? On the heels of Black History Month, and this being the first day of Women's History Month, as a Black female faculty member, I have seen from personal experiences that Los Angeles Community College has failed to protect and keep us women served. And lastly, from the words noted by Maya Angelou, people do not remember what you did or what you say, but they always remember how you made them feel. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Appreciate your comments. I think there's no more public comments on closed session, so I would ask for a motion to go into closed session. So moved by Trustee Wellness, second.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Henderson. Roll call, please.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson, Trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Veras, Trustee Eno absent. Thank you.